On the night of the autumn equinox, hands on hips, is hiding toys not enough? Must you also hit me when you give them back? This is simply lawless. Oh, this 5. Why can't what I snatch be mine? It definitely seems not to be. Haha, this is clearly returning the items to their owner. The hedgehog doesn't attack anymore. The hedgehog feels guilty. What's wrong with a hedgehog that just wants to skewer things? It simply wants to enjoy some barbecue. Wen Youning also didn't expect things to take this turn. It's okay, don't worry, it's not an illness. As long as the toy issue is resolved, everything will be fine. Qiu Fen sighed with a headache. I really am impressed by you. The hedgehog turned away, its spiky back clearly indicating, whether you are impressed or not, I definitely am not. Qiu Fen was also worried that the hedgehog might get really angry, especially since one worries most about the little pets at home getting sick. All right, stop making a fuss, it's just a little duck toy. I'll buy it for you, I'll buy you a whole bunch and you can play with them all in the tank, okay. The hedgehog blinked and said, this is more like it. Wiping sweat on the autumn equinox night, he said, this has worn me out, I'm sweating all over. Sorry for the trouble, Teacher Wen, I'm going down to buy it some toys. Wen Youning, okay. Before the words were out, the hedgehog suddenly pounced onto the glass tank and started banging against it. Wait, the hedgehog still wants to. On the night of the autumn equinox, I saw the hedgehog starting to self-harm by banging against things, and I couldn't help but gasp. Is it not cured? Teacher Wen. If I speak again, my fearful voice will become hoarse. Wen Youning gave him a reassuring glance and calmly said, it mentioned that in addition to the toy duck, it wants something else. Right. The breath that was caught in the chest during the autumn equinox night was stuck, and seeing the hedgehog nodding, it seemed the communication was smooth. So that's how it is. Then go ahead and say what else you want. While Teacher Wen is here, speak up about everything you wish for. After hanging up the call, the hedgehog could no longer understand what it was thinking. Wen Youning listened attentively as the hedgehog carefully recounted its feelings. For those I don't recognize but want, I can only describe their appearance and let Wen Youning guess. After guessing correctly, I will transform it into words and tell Qiu Fen the night. Wen Youning pinched her brow, a bowl with a little duck and a little hat. I feel like I'm playing a game of guess what I'm thinking, but with animals. The gaming experience is absolutely immersive. Even Teacher Wen said he was tired. This little chatterbox, her mouth is silent, but her heart is speaking loudly. Isn't the hedgehog so cute? I want one too. By the way, I have a question. Do all hedgehogs want a skewer, or is it just this one hedgehog that likes to skewer? The little hedgehog thought to the end, that should be all. Wen Youning took a sip of water and said, it said that's all. At first, I was seriously taking notes on the night of the autumn equinox, but as time went on, there were more and more things, and relying solely on my own limited memory was no longer sufficient. All right, I'll go downstairs soon to find the live stream replay. The hedgehog isn't big, but it wants a lot of things. With so many things filling your sleeping tank, where are you going to sleep? The autumn equinox night shook its head and said, so, did I really go down this time? He tested it out, seeing that the hedgehog had no reaction, and after nodding to Wen Youning, he quickly jumped down the wheat. Wen Youning smirked, put down her phone, and saw that the bowl for the rock wolf was already empty. The fresh food she specially brought home for dinner clearly suited the rock wolf's appetite better. Do you want some more? Woo! No. The plaster is in the way, the rock wolf can't sit down. Wen Youning looked at the plaster for a while, then swallowed the remaining buns whole and said, let's go, rock wolf. Let's shoot another video. Woof. At this hospital, except for the first day when there were many doctors rushing to save the dog, things stabilized afterwards, and the responsibility of taking care of the dogs was assigned to dedicated personnel, with doctors coming in according to their shifts. There are not as many people as there were a few days ago. The machine that has been running non-stop is finally at rest. Finished filming the rock wolf. The footage is out, and Wen Youning is staring at it pondering. The rock wolf also lifted its head to look, with a very serious expression. Wen Youning tilted her eyes and squinted, then leaned in to ask, "Can you understand?" The rock wolf didn't answer and turned to lick her cheek. Recovery is quite good. When Youning took the film from the viewer, we can remove the plaster today. Woo! This time, the voice of the rock wolf was a bit louder. But well, when Youning turned and pointed at the rock wolf's damp nose, after you take off the cast, you have to promise me for half a month. No, a week. You must not engage in any intense activities like running or jumping. Otherwise, you'll have to wear the cast for a longer period. Can you do that? Woof. Okay, when Youning raised her hand, extending her little finger, let's make a pinky promise. Rarely for the rock wolf, these completely unfamiliar words were beyond the knowledge scope of a puppy. Steady as a rock wolf, it tilted its head slightly, showing a look of doubt. It thought for a moment, its snout resting against Wen Youning's little fingertip. Woo! Wen Youning smiled, gently scratched its nose with her fingertip, just like that. As for whether it is or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the rock wolf agreed. Wait for me to get ready, and we can start breaking the gypsum. Wen Youning turned and went into the examination room, where all the clutter had already been tidied up. The disinfected room can be used directly. The hospital has the most complete supplies. Even if some consumables run out, they will be replenished at the fastest speed. Wen Youning walked back and forth, selecting the items needed for removing the plaster. As she passed by the dog cage, a paw stretched out from inside. Wen Youning silently thought about what she needed, not paying much attention to her feet. Out of the corner of her eye, a dark shadow flashed, and the rock wolf stepped in front of her. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of the tabby rural dog crashing against the metal cage, and its cries suddenly awakened the drowsy dogs around. Wow, things happened so quickly that I didn't see clearly while watching the live stream. Bad dog, did you get bitten on your paw? Did it bite you? When Youning squatted down. The tabby rural dog was still barking loudly. Woof, woof. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts so much it's killing me. Hee hee. Just as Wen Youning was about to open the cage, she heard a voice. Is it a scam? Wen Youning remained still, while the rock wolf silently stared at the tabby farmhouse dog. With two pairs of eyes fixed on it, the tabby farmhouse dog's barking grew lower and lower, and it felt increasingly uncertain. Hee hee, I've been found out, woof. The rock wolf should just be scaring it. It didn't actually bite. One movement startled the tabby mixed-breed dog into barking, yet still wanting to stir things up. Wen Youning, I'll deduct half of your dog food. Woof. Woof. This time, the tabby rural dog barked much more sincerely than before. Wen Youning casually said in response to the sound, no barking, or the other half will be gone too. The tabby rural dog immediately fell silent. LOL, doesn't it remind you of your game partner who is both noob and enjoys playing? How can one bend the knee for a mouthful of dog food? Wen Youning prepared everything, finally arranging the plaster scissors and plaster knife, washing hands and disinfecting. Come on, rock wolf. Woof. There are two types of plaster. One is the bandage wrapping, and the other is the enveloping type like the rock wolf. For the former, you just need to cut the fixed bandage when removing it. The latter is a bit more troublesome and requires cutting little by little with a plaster cutter or a plaster knife. Wen Youning alternates between two tools. Usually one is enough, but Wen Youning feels that using both can be adjusted according to different situations, making it easier to remove. The rock wolf's eyes were unblinking. After wearing this somewhat heavy burden for so long, when it was taken off, Wen Youning could feel the rock wolf's happiness, even without the voice of the heart ringing out. Wen Youning can also feel it. After taking it apart, the hind legs of the rock wolf were revealed. Wen Youning cleaned up the last bit of plaster and said, "All right, stand up and try." It took some time to get used to after it was taken off. The rock wolf stood up, but the hind legs touched the ground without using force. This is a habit I developed during the time I was in plaster. "Take it slow, start with a little bit," Wen Youning said as she brought the rock wolf down the stairs. "It's recovering well." "Ah, the rock wolf, it's handsome again after the plaster was removed." The battle-damaged version is also pretty cool, but I hope I won't see it again. What I mean is, I hope the rock wolf never gets injured again. Question: can the rock wolf catch up with Lin Zong now that it has dismantled the plaster? Go out and walk more to get used to it. Wen Youning found a dog leash and put it on the rock wolf. There are visitors in the park during the day, so for the visitors' sake, it is necessary to keep the leash on when going out. Removing the plaster made my mood completely different. The rock wolf still walks slowly, but it clearly listens to Wen Youning's words and tries to push with its hind legs. Walking after removing the plaster is also a kind of rehabilitation. It is a slow process. Wen Youning lagged half a step behind it, slowly walking together in the direction of home. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent ringtone accompanied by the phone vibrating. Wen Youning picked up the phone. "Hello. Teacher Wen." Zhao Zi's voice came from the other end. "Our city is having an animal doctor exchange conference soon, gathering some well-established doctors in animal medicine to eat, drink, and discuss rare animal diseases. I'm compiling the list here. Are you interested in this? This activity is only for zoo employees, considered a public-funded tour, just locally without going out, and the other benefits are quite good. It's just like playing around in this city. Many people signed up voluntarily." However, Zhao Zi did not see Wen Youning's response in the group message, so she specifically called to ask. Wen Youning did not reply whether she would go or not, but instead asked, "What time? I've been busy with the dog delivery lately." Zhao Zi said, "It's okay, it won't affect anything, it starts next week." "Okay. All right, I'll submit your name," Zhao Zi said with a smile. "Coincidentally, this time the exchange meeting's dinner is at the aquarium, and I'll take you to see the marine life in our city. It's no worse than City A's." I had already said I would take Wen Youning to the aquarium, but Wen Youning has been too busy to find the time. It just so happens that it's a sponsored outing. Isn't that a coincidence? Wen Youning smiled helplessly. "You still remember?" "Of course," Zhao Zi said as she hung up the phone. Wen Youning put away her phone and saw Yan Lang stop beside her. "Why aren't you leaving? Tired?" Yan Lang looked up, a dog leash in his mouth. "Lay." Wen Youning raised her hand, holding the other end of the dog leash. The dog leash broke off from the top. "Wen Youning, what kind of quality is this?" She didn't even notice she was gripping it tightly in her hand. The rock wolf dog knew to pick up the leash and stand there obediently when it fell. "And you, my friend, let your dog go." "Wow, it's so cute it's killing me." "It's too cute to be holding its own leash." Wen Youning casually hung the broken dog leash on her wrist, reached out and took the portion of the leash that the rock wolf was holding, knelt down to hug and rub its head, and the corners of her mouth rose in a gentle arc. "Good boy." When the leash is broken, it just squats in place and doesn't move, and will even pick up the leash by itself. Smart and reliable. "Great." Wen Youning stroked its fur in the shade of the tree. "Let's go. We'll circle around twice like this and head back." The dog leash broke from the upper part, but the remaining length below is sufficient, so Wen Youning did not go back to the hospital to get a new one. While the temperature outside hasn't gotten too hot yet, walk past the mottled shadows of the leaves on the ground. It somehow makes people feel inexplicably at ease. Yes, the heart suddenly calmed down. I really like the rock wolf, but now that its hind legs are better, Doesn't that mean President Lin will have to take it away? Huh, does that mean I won't be able to see the rock wolf anymore? President Lin, you have to take the medicine for the rock wolf. It won't be taken away. If there is a problem, the person will be present on the spot to give an answer. Why is the CEO watching live streams all day long? I don't even dare to watch like this while slacking off at work. Are you really not taking it away? Once Mr. Lin has made a statement, it is as difficult to retract as it is to turn back a team of horses. What are you all chatting about so enthusiastically? Wen Youning walked into the small courtyard of her home, unfastened the dog leash of the rock wolf, and looked up to see the barrage chatting excitedly. Before she could scroll through the barrage, an invite to connect from ID Endless Galaxy popped up first. Wen Youning spun her fingertips and first handled the urgent issues. The boy nodded towards the camera and said, "Teacher Wen, my dog is shedding hair. Do you have any advice on how to remedy this?" Shedding fur is a common issue that almost all dog-owning families encounter, just like humans losing hair. Wen Youning said, "Shedding is normal. An animal's coat adjusts during the changing seasons and many animals will shed. Some animals, like the Arctic fox, show this particularly clearly in their appearance. Cold and hot weather makes them seem like two different animals. I know this, but the vast galaxy has a somewhat difficult to describe camera angle. A small, shriveled-looking white dog with dry fur, barely able to see its skin, listlessly glanced at the camera. The vast galaxy said, "I have a Samiad at home." "Bro, what kind of family do you have at home that raises an Arctic fox?" "Samiad, I would believe it if you said it grew up to be a rat." "How did it shed fur like this?" When Wen Youning saw what the Samiad looked like now, she frowned and asked, "Have you been to a local pet hospital?" "Yes, they said it's an allergy of unknown cause. They checked for basic allergens but couldn't figure out the reason. They prescribed quite a lot of ointments. It worked at first, but later it lost its effectiveness. Some of the ointments in man's hand were clearly already deflated, indicating they had been used quite a bit." Singh said, "Later I searched online and found out that these medications contained hormones, so I was hesitant to give them to Naomi. As a result, after stopping the medication, it got worse and worse." Singh patted the dog's paws and the back of its ears and said, "It slowly became like this." Wen Youning lightly raised her chin and gestured to the pink outfit on the dog, saying, "Take off the clothes." Singh didn't understand but respected the request, saying, "Okay." Wen Youning's heart skipped a beat. "Stop. What I meant is to take off the dog's clothes." Oh, sorry. Singh awkwardly smiled as she took off the clothes from the Samiad. "I was just thinking, dogs resemble their owners. Shouldn't I check my allergens first? Haha." Singh set aside the clothes of the glutinous rice. Without the coverage of clothes, the shedding condition of the Samiad was much worse than the exposed head and limbs. The fur on its back was sparse and the skin was red. It was unclear whether this was caused by allergies or the clothes. The Endless Galaxy said, "Earlier when I took my dog out, I was always surrounded by other dogs in the community, so I put a jacket on it." He thought for a moment and suddenly asked in a low voice, "Am I being scammed by the pet hospital too?" The more I applied the medication, the worse it got. Stopping the medication would only make things worse. No matter how you look at it, this seems like a scam. The medication is fine. There are 2 tubes that are not suitable, but applying them won't lead to this. Wen Youning looked at those few tubes of medicine and asked, "Is this clothing new?" "I don't like the clothes." The Samiad's gaze is blank, as if it's about to fall asleep. "Disgusting. Smelly." Singh shook her head. "No, I had been wearing it before." Before, the clothes looked quite new. It was difficult to determine the time, so Wen Youning changed her question. "Was it before or after you noticed the allergy and shedding?" Singh, "Before. I bought quite a few clothes for Naomi, and this one has never been unwrapped, so it looks relatively new. This way, Wen Youning understood, you weren't wearing clothes when you went to the pet hospital, right? You can know this too, Man Menzing said with a smile. Amazing teacher Wen. Going to the pet hospital to check the dog for hair loss, who goes there dressed. You need to see where it's losing hair, then take off the clothes at the hospital and put them back on when you come out. Isn't that a hassle? You can wear the clothes again for another check. Naomi must be allergic to something in the fabric of the clothes. Plus, it's summer now and Samoyeds are sled dogs. They can't keep up with shedding. What clothes can you make it wear? Even in winter, it doesn't need any. Wen Youning suggested, don't wear clothes anymore. Go to the hospital and get some ointment to apply, and it can be nurtured back slowly. Pet hospital, I just want to make some money. Why did you make the situation worse? Whose kind person would dress a sled dog in the hot summer? Bring that tattered clothing to the court. Wearing clothes causes allergies and shedding. Covering up the shedding continues. Wearing clothes, the shedding increases. It forms a closed loop. It really does. You still suspect being scammed by the pet doctor. If it weren't for the doctor, all that fur on it would have fallen off. Good news, a very caring pet owner. Bad news, too caring. Skin disease, it can only be healed slowly. There is no instant method to make the fur grow back. Wen Youning opened a private chat with Man Menzing and typed while saying, you should go to the hospital for a checkup first. I will send you the items that need to be checked. If necessary, once the results come out, I will give you the names of suitable medicines, and you can find a way to buy them yourself. Okay, Man Menzing responded repeatedly, thank you, Teacher Wen. The Samoyed shook off the little fur it had left and said, woof. Just rest well, don't go out for a walk yet. In the morning when the sunlight isn't too intense, it can stay on the balcony for a while to bask in the sun. While saying this, Wen Youning emphasized, be mindful of the time, don't stay out too long to avoid sunburn. Although the fur is hot, it also serves as a layer of protection. Direct sunlight can easily cause sunburn on the skin. Don't wait until you're allergic and haven't recovered, only to add a new ailment. In the vast galaxy, I earnestly take notes. All right, I've remembered. If you say he's being negligent, he's very serious about taking care of it. If you say he's serious, then how did he end up raising the dog like this? I'm just afraid that people are both stupid and diligent. After hanging up the call, Wen Youning privately messaged him some precautions. Treating skin diseases is a long and tedious process, and she also provided clear labeling regarding food, in order to avoid a moment of inspiration in the vast starry sky. After sending it out, Wen Youning confirmed it again to ensure no details were missed. Put down the phone. The sound of the rock wolf drinking water has already stopped. Finished drinking, Wen Youning sat on the steps by the pool and wiped her chin with a tissue. Long-haired dogs inevitably bump into things when drinking water. Wen Youning pressed her palm against the rock wolf's chest, making the fluffy collar of fur even thinner. The little tabby stretched and came out, nimbly leaping over, rubbing against Wen Youning, and then found a high spot to lower its head and drink water. There is a bowl of water prepared for the little tabby in the house, but compared to the still water in the bowl, the kitty obviously prefers the flowing water outside. As expected of the big boss, even drinking water has to be done from the highest position. Is the fresh food at home about to run out? Wen Youning noticed there wasn't much left when she came back in the evening to get the fresh food. Those things at home were done before going out. Just right now I have some free time. Wen Youning got up and said, I'll make a little more. There is a freezer in the kitchen at home, which is filled with meat delivered from the market. After signing a fixed supply contract, there's no need to go to the market to choose meat anymore. Just send a message and what you want will be delivered. Meow, the little tabby ran back from outside and jumped onto Wen Youning's shoulder. This set of movements was smooth and skilled. Even the force of the claws gripping the clothes was just right. It was completely learned from experience. Wen Youning squeezed a meatball for it using the prepared minced meat, dried fish. You seem to have gained weight. The little tabby licked and then took a bite. The minced meat didn't need much chewing, but after taking a big bite, the little tabby still moved its mouth. While happily chewing, by the time it realized what Wen Youning had just said, a meatball had already gone down the hatch. Meow. The little tabby didn't understand. It licked its paw. Meow. I've grown up. Meow. Old fans really watch the dried fish grow little by little. Yes, it's increasingly displaying the imposing aura of a tabby cat. If the little tabby is an orange cat, Teacher Wen would be suffering from shoulder periarthritis by now. Wen Youning is making meatballs while squeezing them from the fluffy ones surrounding her. These are not mixed together. They are all ground meat made from a single type of meat, counted as whichever kind it is. The pets at home are not picky eaters. Dong dong. The sound of knocking on the door and the sound of water washing the dishes rang out at the same time. Wen Youning, unable to free her hands as she held a basin, turned back and shouted, "The door is not locked." It's not just unloved, but there's a gap left in the door all the time. It allows small animals to come and go normally. Teacher Wen, are you busy? Lin Beiyu naturally noticed that the door was not locked. He also has a key to feed, so he knocked to inquire. Wen Youning smiled and said, "You sit first, I'll be done soon." The rock wolf licked its nose, and when Lin Beiyu looked over, it casually raised the leg that had been in plaster. "Ha ha ha, rock wolf, my injury is not healed." "Baby, how did you learn this trick too? Help, the contrast cuteness is really going to make me faint." "Don't worry, Yanlang. I will be the first to disagree if President Lin wants to take you away." Lin Beiyu smiled and rolled up his sleeves to come in. "I am here to help you." Wen Youning, no need, it's already in the pot, just a few bowls and pans, it will be done once washed. After upgrading the meat grinder, making animal food saves a lot of time. The bowls used for the meat paste have all been licked by small animals, and they are covered with real meat, which cannot be wasted. "I'll take care of it." Lin Beiyu took the bowl from her hand and stood beside her. "Look at that pot, is it about to boil over?" Wen Youning instinctively turned her head. "It's just been boiling, it shouldn't overflow." Lin Beiyu opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly felt his arm go weak as the rock wolf squeezed in front of the sink and stood silently between the two, silently opening its mouth to bite him. "Rock wolf, watch out for the water." Wen Youning turned around and saw the water on the rock wolf's fur, hurriedly pulling the dog back. Wen Youning wiped the rock wolf again with a tissue, as it couldn't reach its neck. The rock wolf tilted its head up. "Let me see if there's something I can use to block it." Wen Youning felt that the fur on its chest was easily getting wet, and since there was no suitable saliva towel at home, she tore a square towel. She folded it diagonally, creating a triangle shape around the rock wolf's neck, and tied the two corners at the back. Wen Youning straightened the edges all right. After fastening it, she stepped back a bit and took a look at the whole thing. The scarf is white with a silk texture, and upon closer inspection there are patterned designs. From a distance, only a circle of gilded edges can be seen, which complements the majestic and domineering Caucasian look very well. It looks good. Wen Youning happily kissed the rock wolf. "So pretty." "Oh dear, looks ferocious, but actually, it doesn't get angry no matter how you handle it." "That's Teacher Wen. Look at President Lin. He doesn't even need to be handled, just getting close will get him scolded." /meow / the little tabby sniffs the cloth /meow / Meow is needed. This is to prevent getting the fur wet while eating. Why do you need this? Wen Youning hugged the little tabby cat, which is a short-haired cat, and using the correct food and water bowls, it normally eats and drinks without getting its fur dirty. Meow. The little tabby cat rolled over by Wen Youning's feet. Meow is needed. Okay, let's do it. When Youning rubbed the little tabby cat's belly, I'll see if there's anything else suitable. The scarf for the rock wolf was a gift from someone else. She usually doesn't like wearing these things when going out, so she keeps them at home. The scarf is a bit too big for the little tabby cat. When folded into the right shape, it becomes quite thick, affecting the little tabby cat's ability to lower its head. Wen Youning looked around the room, opened a box of silk handkerchiefs. How about this? Imitation palace-style handkerchief, adorned with shoe embroidery. The stitches are fine and exquisite, worthy of being called a work of art. Meow, the little tabby stood up, its front paws resting on Wen Youning's leg, eagerly stretching its neck to wear it. Then this one it is. Wen Youning folded it in half and put it on the little tabby as usual. The little tabby with something hanging around its neck walks with its chest held high. You can tell it really likes it. Ha, is it really that good? I'll buy one for my dog too. Calm down. First, let's take a photo of Teacher Wen's handkerchief to find a similar one. Well, I guess I'll just buy one for myself. I can't stop laughing. Is this little thing so expensive? The small tabby cat tied with a scarf didn't feel uncomfortable at all. The tie on Wen Youning is not very tight. Instead, it's a bit loose, such that the corner that hangs down while walking doesn't touch the ground and doesn't affect the height of walking. The happy little tabby walked out with its tail held high the entire time. However, when walking up to the rock wolf, the little tabby glanced at it, then lowered its head to look at itself and said, "Meow." The meow is so small. It's too big, it can trip you. Moreover, something that big can cover you. Wen Youning said, the right size is the best. Otherwise, if you trip over it with every step and fall in front of your little brother, it will be very embarrassing for the big boss. The little tabby blinked. Meow woo. That makes sense, meow. You guys play, but be careful not to chew it up. The pot was still steaming meat, and the dryer was also in operation, so Wen Youning had to go take a look. Lin Beiyu placed the bowls and pans down. Is it done? Wen Youning shook her head. Not ready yet, I'm just here to check. The pot was steaming, and the lid was covered in white mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Just as Wen Youning was about to lift the lid, the emergency consultation prompt sounded. Ding! Accompanied by the buzzing sound of gift giving, the phone on the table almost toppled over. Lin Beiyu saw this and said, "Is it enough to just turn off the fire when the time comes? Leave this to me, you go take care of business." Wen Youning glanced at her phone. "It's over, someone is going to die. Teacher Wen, hurry up. I need emergency care, delaying will cost lives." Waya. The application for connecting on screen has flooded the chat, and just through the screen, I can almost hear the screams from reading the text. Wen Youning was worried about any accidents. Then, "I'm sorry to trouble you." "It's part of my job," Lin Beiyu shrugged. "I am a formal employee." When Wen Youning saw him joking seriously, she couldn't help but chuckle. She turned to leave, while Lin Beiyu fiddled with the pot lid, his gaze continually directed outside, until the kitchen door moved by itself. The kitchen door sliding left and right on the upper track, Yanlang's lips leaning against it, moving slowly yet steadily, smoothly shutting the kitchen door. Lin Beiyu. The kitchen gas stove and the range hood are both on, and the noise is a bit loud. Listening to the live broadcast feels separated by a layer, and the surrounding noise greatly affects the listening experience. "I'm here." Wen Youning returned to the living room quietly, and within a few steps she had already connected the call. "Hello." "I'm not good, Teacher Wen. Woo. The green coconut immediately started crying, and this cry was notably restrained in volume, trembling with clenched teeth. "Meow." The Maine Coon jumped up and scratched her with a paw. "Quiet. What do you call such a big human? Don't wake that thing up, meow." "What should I do if it suddenly jumps up and bites?" Meow. The Maine Coon's heart is also anxious. What are you doing with the box? Ching Yizzy hissed after being hit. You, such a big cat, can't handle a bird. You're as timid as a mouse. Meow. You are the mouse. Wen Youning hesitated and said, a bird? Did a bird get into your house? Ching Yezi held up her phone. I rented a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment, and that bird flew in somehow and got stuck at the door. I didn't dare to go out. I even called the police at 119, but it would take a while for them to come. That bird kept flying back and forth. It scared me to death, boo. Ching Coconut. Teacher Wen, please help me tell it. Ask it what it wants. I will give it anything, as long as it doesn't hurt me. Having a bird enter the house is a good thing, a joyous event. The bird might have flown in here by mistake. You should open the window and it will find its way out by itself. Along with that, the camera of the Ching Coconut moves down to capture the bird standing at the door, fully in frame. Isn't this an owl? Well, the green coconut sniffed and said, my landlord doesn't allow me to seal the windows. I installed an iron net inside, and today when I opened the window for ventilation, this bird flew in and broke my iron net. It still won't leave and keeps flapping its wings to scare me. Teacher Wen, can you hear what it wants right now? Tell it not to hurt me. I can give it anything it wants, okay? Ching Yezi is really worried that the owl will suddenly give her a beating. I can't hear it, Wen Youning said helplessly. I can only hear the thoughts of the Maine Coon beside you. Huh, Ching Yezi pointed her index finger and poked the Maine Coon on the head. You be quiet and don't disturb teacher when in saving my life. Huh, the Maine Coon bared its teeth, clearly very quiet. Hey, just let it go. I won't stoop to your level. Ching Yezi pressed the little cat's head down, mainly because there was an owl over there staring hungrily. She had no time to tease the cat. She used every trick in her arsenal. She simply placed her phone on the ground and pushed it forcefully towards the direction of the owl. From here on out, I'm counting on you. Teacher Wen, go for it. Looking at the live stream spinning around, Wen Youning. The owl, facing away from the green coconut, sensed the movement, remained still, and turned its head around. Its neck can rotate 270 degrees. An owl's night vision is far superior to that of humans and most animals. However, during the day, owls cannot see. On the surface, the owl looks calm and collected, but its inner voice is. Nothing, just sounds. Ah, there's a ghost. Wen Youning. It's obvious that both sides are very scared. Don't be afraid, there are no ghosts here. You ran into someone else's house. Wen Youning softened her voice. The owl was highly tense now, feeling that even the slightest movement could startle it into jumping. The eagle understands ghost talk. Ah, the old ghost hasn't left and now a new one has come. The owl's feathers are all fluffed up, looking like a balloon full of air. The eagle wants to go home, woof. I will never eat beetles again. Ching Yazi listened silently after Wen Youning only said one sentence, and she carefully held the Maine Coon cat, lowering her voice. Teacher Wen, how is the negotiation going? Negotiating with animals should still be left to professional. Wen Youning likewise responded in a low voice. The owl can't see during the day. It should have hunted at night, and now it's too late to think about going back when dawn arrives. It flies blindly, and your building just happens to be in its flight path. The voice paused slightly with the owl's response, and waited for the owl to react before continuing. It is also very scared. Green coconut. She looked down at the Maine Coon that voluntarily stood in front of her. The Maine Coon reached out a paw to her, meow. Let go of the meow. You can't use the meow as a shield. You cowardly little mouse human. Ha ha ha, don't be scared yet. The owl is the one that's scared first. Goodness, both sides are very wary of each other's strength. Bringing a cat to fight too, isn't it a sure win? If it's a sure win, then the owl will activate its passive ability, national level II protected animal. Forget it, let's rush out first. Without hesitation, the owl raised its wings towards the door. Watching it move, the green coconut was so scared that its hands were shaking. The flying bird flapped its wings wildly in the small room, with no place to hide. Teacher Wen, help. Don't. At this direction, if we crash into it, we'll not only be dizzy but confused. Wen Youning hurriedly stopped and said, don't worry, she won't harm you. Just stand here and don't move. Someone will come to take you away and release you at night. During the day, letting the owl out is difficult as there is a cacophony of voices below, and buildings are everywhere. It is hard for the owl to fly out through the gaps between the buildings. The inability to see greatly affects judgment, and it is even possible to go out from the green coconut's house and then fly into someone else's house. It will be more troublesome then. Letting the owl fly away by itself after dark is the simplest solution. The owl's heart is already filled with its face showing a strong calm composure, suddenly turning to the left and saying, ah. No reaction, its head is turning back, then turning to the other side and saying, hey. Wen Youning. Is that trying to scare ghosts? There's no ghost. Wen Youning sighed lightly. With you like this, I'll direct you. Let's find a safe place to stay while we wait for someone to come rescue you, okay? You're not a ghost. Speaking to the owl, Wen Youning's voice always carried a coaxing tone. Of course not. A ghost would never admit to being a ghost. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows, so who am I? Look, you admitted it right. You're really anxious or pretending to be anxious. Listen, you are standing at the door now, and when the firefighter opens the door, won't it just blow you away? Wen Youning suggested, saying, how about taking a few steps back and leaving the space for the door open? There is no need to be afraid, and don't fly around aimlessly. If you do that, you won't find an exit and may also harm the owner of the house. Let's just stay still. Shall we wait for the firefighter to come? Really? The heart of the owl is filled with distrust. Wen Youning, of course. The green coconut also nodded off camera. Yes, don't hurt me. I'm very timid. Don't be afraid, I'm scared too, boo-hoo. Almost scared me to death. The owl is indeed a bird of prey. It is still a carnivorous bird of prey. Even though it mainly eats rodents, she is still afraid. The green coconut sniffed, don't come over here. Both my cat and I are timid as mice. Suddenly, I got on the owl recipe, woo. The owl now, although it still has feathers frying, is much calmer compared to when it just flew in after crashing through the wire fence. The panicked owl was flying around wildly, and now there are still owl feather fragments on the chandelier above. She and the cat ran while howling together. That scene is simply, I don't want to remember it. Wen Youning noticed that the owl wasn't moving and seemed to be thinking about something, so she suggested, so, can we move a bit later? Maybe you're hungry. I can offer some meat. The latter half of the sentence was clearly directed at Qing Yizai. Sure, Qing Yizai answered briskly, then quietly asked, any kind of meat is fine. There are no mice or voles, only chicken breast and beef. Okay. What is that? The owl doesn't understand, doesn't care. You and humans are a group, you wouldn't deceive the owl, right? Of course not, I just mentioned that I'm a ghost. When Youning learned from application, the terms for humans and ghosts are different. We definitely are not a group. Owl. Well, that makes some sense. But it doesn't seem like much. Hoo-hoo, the owl suddenly spread its wings and shouted. Don't come over here, the green coconut shouted louder than it. Meow wow. You hurry up. In an instant, a trio formed inside the room. Wen Youning's ears were buzzing from the vibrations. She squinted and lowered her voice. Don't be afraid, it hasn't moved. The sound was drowned out by the screams. The owl understood something from this reaction, so it began to fold its wings, spread them, and call. Qing Yanzi, ah. The clever owl found the pattern. Every time it performs this set of action, it always receives the screams of humans. Humans know owls are afraid of them, still afraid. Owls know humans are afraid of them, spreading their wings wide. Haha, this owl is so mischievous. It's too much fun being cheap. Ching Coconut held the cat and screamed for half a day, about to be beaten by the cat and also frightened by the owl. After screaming for a while, she got tired herself. Not realizing that the owl was flying around, she carefully opened her eyes and saw the owl facing the wall, repeatedly extending and retracting its wings. Ching Coconut blinked and asked Teacher Wen, "What is it doing?" "Just trying to scare you." Wen Youning rubbed her ears, "But during the day I can't see the direction. Because of the sound of my voice I can't find your location." Ching Yizzy fell silent. The owl is still there, persistently stretching its wings. It's a good opportunity to poke it on the back of its head. But Ching Yoko just thought about it. She recalled what just happened and was instantly both angry and amused. While the owl was focused on scaring, Ching Yoko went to the fridge to take out a plate of meat. This meat was taken out from the refrigerator to thaw in advance for today's cat food for the Maine Coon. Just in time to be useful. Unable to get a kitchen knife, I directly used a broomstick to push the whole plate over. After a night of fussing around in this morning, the owl was clearly hungry as well. With the owl's hearing, after the sound disappeared from the phone, it could easily hear every small movement made by the green coconut and the subtle sounds it produced. It no longer spread its wings to scare people. It just stood in front of the wall, turning its head when things were pushed over. The owl bowed its head and pecked at it, not able to tear it apart but stepped on it while eating. Seeing it eat quietly, Ching Yezha exhaled. "It won't fly again like this, right?" Wen Youning, "Yeah, it has started eating. We just need to wait for the firefighters to take it away." "Goo. Is he a good person?" Although owls cannot see, it does not affect their eating speed at all, one bite after another. "The eagle brings you good food at night too. Go ahead, tell me what you want to eat." "The eagle is a skilled hunter. She doesn't need it." When Youning stopped and said, "The owl needs to hunt to repay you for this meal," quickly refuse. "Huh, repay you?" Ching Yizai hurriedly waved her hands. No need, I appreciate the sentiment." At night, the owl kicked open the glass window with a claw and grinned charmingly while holding a mouse. "Haha, human, can you feel the owl's favoritism?" "Owl, are you moved, human?" "Green coconut, I dare not move, I dare not move." The green coconut sat by the bed and wiped his sweat. "Teacher Wen, the fire department called me. I need to go offline first." Wen Youning said, "Okay, feel free to message me privately if you have any questions." Goodbye, Teacher Wen." Ching Yezi stepped off the stage to answer the phone. "Meow," the confused meow of a Maine Coon cat. "Isn't that cat meat?" "Meow," the little tabby, who is focused on her new bib, looked up upon hearing the meow. "Meat." Previously, she didn't react to the sounds, but she became very enthusiastic upon hearing meat. Wen Youning smiled and nodded at its small nose that came over on its own. "The meat is in the pot." The little tabby squinted its eyes and wrinkled its nose. "Teacher Wen, it's time." Lin Beiyu's voice came from the kitchen. "Okay." When Youning replied and got up to see the rock wolf lying at the door. It used to like being close to her when she was cooking. When Youning squatted down and rubbed the Caucasian dog, "Rock wolf, are you hungry? Just wait a bit and it will be served up soon." She pushed the door open. The smell of meat was mostly blocked inside the kitchen, leaving only a small portion outside, attracting the dogs who kept lifting their heads and sniffing around. Rock Wolf was closely following Wen Youning's calf, moving along with her. Lin Baiyu had already turned off the fire, and the steaming fresh food was placed on the counter, making for quite a spectacular sight. In households with few small animals, making these at once and freezing them can last a long time. Wen Youning opened the cupboard, took out 2 packs of dental biscuits, 2 bottles of vitamins and fish oil. She took 2 pieces and fed them to the rock wolf, then squeezed the rest into the fresh food. The recipe is upgraded and adjusted according to the different conditions of the dog. Wen Youning divided the meal into several portions and brought it out. Has the red sparrow come back? Meow. No, meow. Again, I don't know where it went to play. It didn't take me along. The red sparrow can fly. It can go wherever it wants easily, and the little tabby can't catch up. It's also nice to play with the dog at home. Wen Youning patted the kitten's head and turned to feed the rock wolf. Lin Beiyu took a large portion to the yard. There are too many dogs all eating inside, unable to let them out. The well-fed rabbit dreams of munching away with its three-parted mouth, glaring and kicking its paws, pretending to roll over to the bowl of the little tabby cat. The little tabby did not lift its head, pressing a paw on the rabbit's head. A kitten that doesn't guard its food doesn't mean it won't strike fiercely at other animals. In the bowl without vegetables, the rabbit just sniffed, but the rabbit suddenly opened its eyes wide. What is that smell? Haha, the rabbit is that second uncle's scent. The meal is all set. Wen Youning went to the yard to give them chewing sticks, which were smaller than the ones for the rock wolves. The rock wolves have whole big bones because they can chew on them and also get to the marrow inside. But the dogs in the yard don't have as good teeth as the rock wolves, so the chewing sticks are dried chicken legs, which can help with teeth cleaning and provide meat to eat. The highest position in the dog pack is only second to the rock wolf. He has a sleek, shiny coat, and black is the color that best reflects his condition. After being raised for a long time, it is noticeable that D High is getting stronger and stronger. Before feeding the white lion, Wen Youning first took a square towel, choosing the largest size. Since the white lion's mane was fluffy, a smaller one might not be sufficient. I'm here. Wen Youning knocked on the door, leaned in to greet the white lion. I've made some new meat today, come and try it. The white lion mainly eats raw meat, and the fresh food made by oneself is considered a nutritional snack. After all, once it's released, it won't be able to eat it, so Wen Youning specially prepared more today. The white lion is draped in a cloak which it clings to tightly, even while sleeping. With 2 bowls of raw meat and fresh food put out, the white lion stretched lazily, not hungry yet and didn't rush to eat. Look, Wen Youning waved the handkerchief in her hand. Do you like it? The white lion squinted with a cloak in front, and it was very interested in everything related to it. You don't want to thin out the mane, do you? Wen Youning folded the square towel and tried to wrap it around the white lion. It turns out that even the largest size is still a bit small for the white lion. It barely wrapped around, but it couldn't be tied at the back. Wen Youning casually tied the 2 corners to the cloak. Perfect. Roar! The white lion lowered its head. Due to the angle, it couldn't see anything, but it could clearly feel something. Somewhat unaccustomed, it scratched with its paws. As a result, when that thing moved, the cloak behind also began to move. Now the white lion immediately dared not move it. What? No. This is just for wearing during meals, and I'll take it off after eating. Wen Youning squeezed the white lion's paw, holding its broad furry paw and weighing it. Don't you think it's convenient to have something to block a bit? The white lion lifted its eyelid, clearly showing its disdain. All right, Wen Youning said, then I can only help you thin out your mane. The white lion's pupils trembled, and it immediately stepped back. The white lion instantly discovered the benefits of the scarf. White lion, how do you study this? It's so beautiful. Ha ha ha, I'd rather like something I hate than believe in Teacher Wen's grooming skills. Teacher Wen, reflect on this. Wen Youning smiled as she ruffled White Lion's hair, saying, both plans are clearly good. Roar! The white lion flicked its cloak and lowered its head to eat. Wen Youning sat beside it, lifted the cloak to check, and the loose cloak draped over its body, unlike tight clothing, would not affect the growth of its fur. The shaved areas have already grown new fur, but it is obviously different from the areas on its body that have not been shaved. The white lion takes a couple of bites of meat and then glances at Wen Youning. Don't worry, I won't shave you, Wen Youning said as she lowered the cloak, adjusting it for him. I'll go take care of some business. She leaned against the white lion, her fingertips curling around the feathers on the cloak, and said, "Let's connect." While the white lion was eating, if he was fast she could finish 2 connections. The lion eats very slowly. Cheese turkey noodles. When Youning looked at the id on the screen, feeling hungry, what problem did you encounter? My cat has asthma. Cheese turkey noodles started off with a bombshell. This illness, according to hospital information, can't be cured, but it occurs very frequently. Can you give it acupuncture? I heard acupuncture can alleviate symptoms. Cheese turkey noodles was holding a limp, hairless cat in her arms, with asthma medication pressed against its face. Seeing it like this all the time is too torturous. Breathe, breathe, breathe. The hairless cat is clearly not the first time it has been given asthma medication, obeying honestly and cooperating with the breathing. Acupuncture can relieve coughs and ease asthma during emergencies, but frequent acupuncture for daily occurrences is not a long-term solution. When Youning asked her, when did the symptoms start? Have you checked for triggers that cause asthma? There are many factors that can trigger asthma, such as the environment, genetics, surrounding climate, exercise, respiratory infections, or psychological factors. Probably last Sunday, the cheese turkey noodle said. The cause was also questioned. The doctor said at that time that the cause was unclear and temporarily defined as shortness of breath caused by tension and anxiety, which then led to suspected asthma symptoms. Could it be related to me scaring it? I was rushing my paper on Sunday, and while I was in the bathroom, it knocked over a cup of water onto my computer. Only half of my paper was saved in the cloud, so I got very angry and scolded it, and it showed obvious signs of severe breathing at that time. The cheese turkey noodle said with self-recrimination. At that time, I felt that something was wrong. I hugged it and comforted it, but later on it felt better. I don't know why it got sick again a few days ago. Since last Sunday to today, it has had 3 episodes already. Meow tilde. Are you afraid? Will you dare to say meow next time? Suspected asthma. That means it's not diagnosed yet. Wen Youning paused while going over the asthma precautions and silently deleted the content in the chat box. What did your cat do before this episode? Why do you care about the cat? Just take care of yourself. The noisy commotion is delaying the cat's sleep. Did the cat call you to talk? The cat can do whatever it wants. Who are you to point fingers? HMPA, the cat wants to kick over all the cups. The cheese turkey noodles shook its head at the weak and pitiful kitten in its arms. I was in the bedroom at the time, and it seemed like I heard a thud. It came running and panting, feeling like it was scared again, so I quickly gave it some medicine and didn't have time to go outside and check. The hairless cat is comfortably nestled in its owner's arms, but the rapid breathing gives a sense of urgency. Asthma really takes a toll, sigh, poor thing. Acupuncture can really help. I recommend finding a reliable traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Wen Youning nodded, put on the headphones. Ear headphones, the cheese turkey noodle said in confusion. Why suddenly? Wen Youning said, you'll know once you put them on. The hairless cat glanced at Wen Youning through the phone screen, rolling its eyes as if it were giving a dismissive glance. Hey, this little cat is not right. It should be difficult for asthma. Cats are different from humans. Rolling their eyes does not mean malice, it may just mean they simply want to blink. Cheese turkey noodles obediently put on the headphones. I've put them on, Teacher Wen. Can this still be cured? It can be cured, Wen Youning said. It can be completely cured. Huh? Cheese turkey noodles opened her mouth wide. If it weren't for the headphones, she could hear the sound entering her ears clearly. She would doubt whether she was hearing things. What, asthma cured? How could these 2 words be related? No wonder I put on the headphones. If someone hears this, isn't it pure fraud? I trusted Teacher Wen too much, and my first reaction upon hearing this was, Humanity's medicine has made another great leap. Cheese Turkey Noodle scratched her head. She was just trying to find a way to ease the pain of her cat during its illness, but she didn't expect the situation to develop in a strange direction. Then what should I do? The words had already been exchanged, the arrow was on the string, so Cheese Turkey Noodle followed up with the question. Wen Youning said, "First take away the asthma medication." Cheese Turkey Noodle did as instructed and moved the asthma medication aside. The hairless cat in her arms was still gasping heavily. "This won't work, right?" She is a bit uneasy. "It's fine." Wen Youning continued, "After you take it, look into its eyes, try to minimize the frequency of blinking and just keep staring." Cheese Turkey Noodles. She lowered her head, locking eyes with her cat in a way that was hard to understand. "I am confused why this is necessary," holding the asthma medicine in my hand, ready to use it at any moment if things go wrong. "But in the moment of gaze meeting." The rare hairless cat's rapid breathing is slowing down. Cheese Turkey Noodles. Really useful. The hairless cat looks confused as it tilts its head. At first it could hold eye contact with her, but later its eyes couldn't help but glance away. No matter how you look at it, it feels guilty. Strange, what is the person doing? What does it mean? Have I been discovered? Meow. No way, I want to sneak a peek. Meow. Why are people still looking? Meow. The hairless cat is getting anxious. Breathing gradually becomes steady without one realizing it. Wen Youning looked at the gradually stiffening face of the Cheese Turkey Noodles and asked, "Is it ready?" Cheese Turkey Noodles. It's done. It's clear and transparent. So it's pretending. Wen Youning explained, "Last time when I messed with your computer was also on purpose. It likes to push the water cup. At that time I was indeed startled, but your reaction afterward gave it a feedback of breathing heavily after doing something bad means you won't be scolded. So the next few times, if you do bad things, just breathe deeply." Cheese Turkey Noodles made my mouth twitch. No wonder the hospital couldn't find the cause. Where could the cause come from if there's no asthma at all? Inhaled asthma medication has fewer side effects, but after all, it is still medication, and using it too much can easily lead to drug deposition in the throat, causing fungal infections. Moreover, some inhaled asthma medications can actually cause an increased heart rate. If asthma treatment is started at first, it becomes easier to misdiagnose when asthma medication is added later. Wen Youning said, "Stop the medication and let's do a checkup again." Cheese Turkey Noodles took off the headphones and said, "Look at you. You're really faking illness to the point of making yourself sick." Meow. Meow didn't install. How does one know? Meow. That's not right. Meow's plan is that the clothes are seamless. Wen Youning gently held the white lion's tail and said solemnly, "That is flawless." Meow. Yes. Meow means this. Wait. Wen Youning casually picked up a bottle of water and said, "There is a gap now." Meow. The hairless cat couldn't believe it, bouncing up and down beside the cheesy turkey noodles. "How do you know?" "No way you can hear it." Why? Why can humans hear? Faking illness is awesome. Why would someone with no illness say they have asthma when going to the hospital? The doctor said suspected, maybe because there are symptoms but no problems found during the examination. They think it's a mild case, so they prescribed medication for observation at home. At first the cat sounded so convincing. Ha, you should form a group with those few who can act and debut. The hairless cat is trying to knock the phone down, seeming to want to chat with the warm grapefruit lemon inside. It's all this strange person's fault. They've exposed all of the cat's plans. So how can there be such a bad person? The cat won't let you go. Teacher Wen? The cheese turkey noodles heard a series of meow meow sounds, feeling like it was quite angry, but this state didn't resemble sulking quietly. It felt more like cursing. She raised her phone to apologize to her rebellious child. "Sorry, Teacher Wen. The cat doesn't understand. Don't take to heart what it said, that was wrong." Meow. You must remember what the cat said. The cheese turkey noodles awkwardly raised a hand to cover the cat's mouth while the thumb of the hand holding the phone tapped around on the gift. "Shut up, rebellious child." "Woof. Who are you exactly?" "Wait a minute, what about the repairs for my water-damaged computer and those broken cups?" The cheese turkey noodles slowly squinted their eyes. Mentioning these things, the hairless cat, who had just been fiercely demanding an explanation from Wen Youning, instantly lost its momentum. "What? Just talking about useless stuff. It says you keep talking nonsense." "Meow meow. You can say that too. So it means hairless cats have no fur, otherwise they would blow themselves up like a pufferfish." Sowing discord. Cheesy turkey noodles. Looking lively, jumping around, eager to compete with Teacher Wen, the hairless cat only has one thought in her mind. "My cup died a really unjust death. I feel sorry for you being sick. You broke a few cups but still think it's understandable that you can't control yourself when you're unwell and accidentally knock something over. But what was the result? The result is that you intentionally pushed it down and broke it, and pretended to be sick on purpose." Cheesy turkey noodles pinched the bridge of her nose. "It's purely putting the cart before the horse. You've gone to great lengths for just a few cups." "Don't run," the cheese turkey noodles shouted. "Coco, you owe me your cup for this." Meow. They fell voluntarily. The hairless cat didn't run too far outside. The camera shook and was caught back. The cheese turkey noodles are panting, holding the cat still running. "Where are you going?" Meow. "If you don't chase the cat, can it run?" The cat is too lazy to move. Even when restricted by others, the hairless cat remains unfazed, calmly arguing with the cheesy turkey noodles. The cheesy turkey noodles don't understand, but that doesn't mean she can't comprehend that mischievous little expression. She tightened her cheeks, saying, "I'm going to eat all your snackins right in front of you." The hairless cat yelled meow. "How cruel. Inflict 1,000 on the enemy, but harm oneself by 10,000. Not to that extent, not to that extent. Speaking of which, can humans eat cat canned food?" This threat effectively makes the hairless cat feel fear. There is a sense of emptiness about to be lost, losing its favorite canned food. Meow. The hairless cat, being held by the cheese turkey noodles, instantly transformed from a ferocious big cat to a docile little cub, and its eyes became much clearer. The cheese turkey noodles holding the cat gasped for air and said, "HMPH, you know fear now, right?" As she raised her phone, the lens captured the full view of the hairless cat. "Hiss, what's the difference between this and a little piglet?" "Well, when lying in the owner's arms I didn't feel it, but it turns out I'm lying on half and half is hiding." "Do hairless cats look this chubby? Is it still running? Can its paws touch the ground?" "It's a bit overweight, so control your diet." "Meow," the hairless cat shouted extremely loudly. "What does it have to do with you? You're everywhere. I'm so annoyed." "Is it heavy?" Holding the cheesy turkey noodles in one hand while lifting the cat, she tried to toss it into her arms, but she couldn't get it up. She placed her phone on the cabinet and said, "Actually, it's not that heavy. It's just that without fur blocking it and due to the lens, it looks a bit chubby." The cheesy turkey noodles said while panting, "Teacher Wen, look, is this much better? It's like you've run 1,000 meters just holding a cat." All right, I also think this truck is not heavy at all. You are not allowed to spoil the naughty cat anymore. I'm allowing you to eat its canned food in front of it." Wen Youning took a closer look at the hairless cat. "I've sent you the cat's weight loss meal plan. Remember to go for a checkup at the hospital." Cheese turkey noodles looked downcast. "Okay, I've helped it lose weight before, but every time it gets hungry and looks at me, I can't bear it. Every time I think about it, just add another dried fish. Give another little biscuit, it should be fine, right? Then, hundreds of times of it should be fine turned the cat into this. Wen Youning smiled and said, think about your cup. Cheese turkey noodles instantly widened its eyes. Right, almost let it slip, Coco, you're done for. Meow. Damn evil humans. But it's useless. Amid the angry cries of the hairless cat, the cheese turkey noodles raised their hand to hang up the call. I'll go collect all your snacks. Teacher Wen, I'm hanging up now. Meow. Stop it now. Can you hear it? What sound? Wen Youning heard a slightly different sound among the meows of the hairless cat. What sound? The cheese turkey noodles also stopped, curiously looking at Wen Youning, straining to listen. A series of banging sounds came from the living room. What did the cheese turkey noodles understand? Ah, it's my Leo. The cheese turkey noodles put down the hairless cat and went to the living room, where they filmed a little piglet. It's chasing a toy. The little piglet is even smaller than the hairless cat, puffing and panting as it runs wildly in front of the camera, chasing a ball with a long string attached. The cheese turkey noodles said, that ball lights up and spins. It was originally bought for Keek, but Keek played with it once and didn't like it. It was gathering dust in the box, and Leo didn't know when it had been dug out to play with it alone. The little black and white pig looks so cute and delicate, also known as 10-mile fragrance and mini pig, belonging to the micro pig breed. The hooves make a series of tada-tada-tada sounds as they run on the transparent floor. No matter how loud the footsteps are, they still can't hide the little pig's inner voice. Play, are you a pig that only knows how to play? Kill it, pig. Little piglet cried wah wah and went out to fight. Dare to hit the pig, I'll fight you to the end. Just now, it was the sound it made while chasing the ball. Cheese turkey noodles smiled and said, my little pig is very cute, right? Wen Youning said, it was hit by that toy ball. Xuanzio Xiangzhu's cheese turkey noodles exclaimed, huh. Wen Youning nodded in her astonished gaze. The tail of that toy ball whipped and hit it. It wasn't chasing the toy ball. It was chasing after hitting the toy ball. Cheese turkey noodles. There was one time I put the toy ball in its cage, and at night I couldn't sleep because it was playing with the ball and making noise, so I went out to take the ball away. Was that also the case? Are you still talking? The little fragrant pig ran out and returned to snort at the cheesy turkey noodles. There's barely any space for the pig to hide. Ahem, Wen Youning coughed as she was choked by the grievance of the little fragrant pig. Well, we activated it and gave it a good beating. Good heavens, this is just pure torture equipment. First getting hit, then getting scolded in the late night. Ha ha ha, so miserable. So did the little fragrant pig confess. / I'm sorry. / The cheesy turkey noodles regretted immensely. / I was wrong. I thought you liked it. / Unexpectedly, chasing for fun isn't liking, it's battling. The little pig turned its head, as if huffing, and then chased after the ball that had rolled away. Stop, you will die. Leo, mommy is coming to help you, cheese turkey noodles shouted loudly, and before rushing out he didn't forget to say, thank you, Teacher Wen, I'm leaving. As he spoke, the light above his head dimmed. Wen Youning looked up and felt a soft touch between her forehead, realizing that the white lion was slowly rubbing over to her. What's wrong? Wen Youning raised her hand to wrap around the white lion's neck, bringing it over, and shook the mineral water bottle in her hand. Do you want some water? Roar. You did this. Ugly. What? It's not me, how could it be me? It itself is a hairless cat, it has no fur. Wen Youning explained with a mix of laughter and tears, thinking the white lion assumed she had shaved the hairless cat, but it had come back for a follow-up visit. The white lion huffed, obviously unconvinced. Wen Youning. Ha ha ha, the white lion, it looks just like your handiwork. To be honest, the repair for the rock wolf looks really good. There's no way around it. Teacher Wen's trimming technique has been established as the standard for the white lion. Wen Youning HMM'd, circled around the towel, went in and grabbed the white lion's mane. If you speak again, I'll give you a trim like this. Roar! The white lion let out a low roar and hurriedly backed away. It was not this panic when being attacked by a group of strange lions. Wen Youning released her hand that was holding the mane when it moved, placed her hands on her hips and said, I will definitely let you see my real skills when I get the chance. The white lion remained silent, solely focused on eating the meat in the bowl. They say lions eat slowly, but Wen Youning chatted for half the time, and one of the 2 bowls of meat was just starting to be empty. Let it eat quietly on its own. Wen Youning drank half a bottle of water, casually twisting the cap back on. Okay, the next one is, hello, jumping candy. Hi, Teacher Wen. The boy smiled and adjusted the camera angle. I'm here to register my cat. Peanut, come here. Jumping Candy picked up a British short-hair cat from the ones on the ground, looking quite cute with its round, chubby face. He sat on the sofa holding a peanut and said, I think the peanut has a mental problem. Moreover, this mental issue has already affected its body. It doesn't eat, and its mental state is particularly poor, not even touching the cat food cans. It will only eat a couple of bites of the cat strips it usually likes, but it's really just those 2 bites. A couple of bites is not a general term, but a precise number. I have been trying to console it for several days, but the peanut has been largely unresponsive, showing a lack of interest. Speaking of her cat's condition, Jumping Candy also felt anxious. It's relatively old. It was the first cat I raised. Later, I had to rescue others, and some friends who went abroad couldn't take care of them and sent them to me. Jumping Candy counted the reasons while shifting the focus to the large group of cats on the floor. Anyway, there are so many in the house now. It seems like it has been excluded. Is it because of favoritism? The peanut feels neglected, so it is sad. It's all your fault. I swear I haven't neglected the peanut. Jumping Candy raised 3 fingers to the sky and said earnestly, at night I sleep holding it, and I always give it the snacks first. I only share with the other kittens what it doesn't like, because I'm afraid it will think I don't love it anymore. There is no favoritism. In short, I suspect it's related to having too many cats. It's been like this for several days now. It doesn't listen to my comforting words. The Jumping Candy picked up the cat, who was still very gentle and obedient, allowing him to toss and play with it, lying on its back without struggling. I don't know if it doesn't want to pay attention to me, or if it doesn't understand my words. Teacher Wen, can you help me say something? Meow. The British Shorthair looked up in confusion, its golden round eyes filled with bewilderment. Bias. The Jumping Candy said comfortingly, good, you listen to Teacher Wen. Wen Youning, hello. Hearing the noise, the British Shorthair blue cat looked over and said, meow. People are nice. Wen Youning asked it, has the little cat at home bullied you? The British Shorthair cat tilted its head, meow. Them. They dare. Meow is the boss at home. The way you talk is different from what the Jumping Candy said. Wen Youning pondered, so why haven't you eaten these past few days? Meow. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Meow, I have no appetite. It's so exhausting to groom the little brothers every day, meow. Every day. Wen Youning was amazed by the workload of the British Shorthair blue cat, recalling the other cats captured on camera just now. Jumping Candy listened attentively beside, unable to understand anything and almost anxious to death. At this moment, it keenly captured the keyword. Does Peanuts get bullied by other cats every day? Unbeknownst to him, how many grievances Peanuts has suffered. Peanut! Don't cry yet. Wen Youning raised her voice. The emotions that the popping candy just brewed choked up, as he hugged the cat and looked at the camera. Help, Teacher Wen can now foresee things. Just one more sentence, hold it back. Hurry up, I can't wait to know why the cat isn't eating. Facing the bewildered gaze of Jumping Candy, Wen Youning explained, It doesn't have a heart problem, nor is it being excluded. Instead, it's the leader of the cat group and holds a high status. Jumping Candy looked down at his silly cat. It can still be the leader like this. Meow, the blue cat swiped a paw at me. How are you speaking? Oh no, that's wrong. Jumping Candy ducked back to avoid the cat's paw, forgetting that speaking ill requires being careful around the cat. So what is it? Wen Youning said hairball obstruction. What? Jumping Candy exclaimed. What kind of illness is that? It's fine, how could it get sick? It just doesn't like to eat, that's all. Wen Youning explained. Hairball obstruction happens because it has ingested too much hair and can't pass it out. Its stomach is completely filled with hair, which is definitely why it doesn't want to eat. It is the eldest at home. Cats will groom their younger siblings, but, generally speaking, the eldest may feel tired grooming when there are many cats around, so some cats will develop a pattern where the eldest grooms the second, and the second grooms the third, and so on. It seems like your cat has licked all the other cats. This situation does exist, just like dried fish, but the dried fish stops licking when it gets tired. Wow, so stubborn. Peanut starts licking its fur as soon as it opens its eyes in the morning. Even in my dreams, I'm just licking fur. In other words, who else could be the boss but you? Is being the cat boss really this difficult, or is being a little brother more carefree? It seems like it would lick the cat's fur. I was wondering why, after being on such good terms, it suddenly got isolated. Jumping Sugar stroked his chin. So that's what happened. How do you treat this furball obstruction? Jumping Sugar asked nervously, as this illness sounded serious, leaving him uncertain. I can only give suggestions through the screen and can't operate personally. Wen Youning said, go to the hospital for an examination. If there's a little, you can feed some fur-removing paste and food that helps expel hair. If it's a lot, it has to be physically taken out. Okay, I will go for the checkup. Jumping Sugar hurriedly searched for the cat carrier. Teacher Wen. After I finish the checkup, can I send you the pictures and you help me see which solution to choose? Wen Youning nodded, okay. Thank you. Jumping Candy scooped up the peanut that was still licking its fur. Don't lick or there will be more. Wen Youning hung up the live call, stretched her legs, and just in time, the white lion's tongue rolled away the last piece of meat paste from the bowl. Is it delicious? Would you like a little more? Wen Youning patted the white lion's belly. Woo! The well-fed white lion licked its lips and stretched out lazily. Wen Youning stacked the bowls together, took off the handkerchief, and combed the white lion's mane on its neck a few times with a comb. In a while, we will be going back. Are you happy? Back in the familiar environment. Go back to where? Isn't this the white lion's home? I had spent so much time with it that I had forgotten the white lion was rescued. It is better for wild animals to return to the wild. Which wildlife sanctuary is home to the white lions? Is it far? Wasn't it said that it is open to the public? I can go see them. I can go too. Wen Youning leaned against the white lion. I'll come to play with you when I have free time. Lions rescued by the Animal Protection Zone are generally released on the same day. If they are seriously injured, there won't be much time for recovery after rescue. The situation of the white lion is special. It cannot be treated locally, and most of the time is wasted on the road. Now that the injury is almost healed, it should return to its familiar environment. Wow, the white lion licked her cheek. Good. Wen Youning helped it comb its mane, inevitably causing some underfur to be left on the comb. The white lion glanced down and paused for a moment, then continued to lick her. Wen Youning removed the underfur from the comb, saying, "All right, you can go bask in the sun for a while." Roar! The white lion let out a low growl, resting its chin on her shoulder. No! The thick mane partially obstructed her view as Wen Youning hugged the playful white lion. "If you don't want to go, then don't. I'll stay with you for a while." The white lion's throat emitted a low, continuous sound. somewhat akin to an enhanced version of a kitten's purring. It tilted its head and nudged towards the person in front of it. What? The white lion stayed here for a whole day. This side of the park staff lounge, Wen Youning hasn't been to yet, the things here are quite complete. Just right, the door here is open so the white lion can come in, and Wen Youning also stays overnight in the lounge. Wen Youning hugged the white lion and slept until the next morning. She woke up hungry. Wen Youning yawned and got up, while the white lion was sound asleep. Wild male lions have to patrol and protect the pride. Sometimes, if the protected area is large and there are few brothers to watch over the territory, a male lion can be gone for several days on patrol before returning. It's relatively relaxed in the zoo, so let it rest a bit more. Wen Youning rubbed the white lion and went out to look for food. She went back to her room with the unstarted live streaming equipment, thinking that at this time, the small animals at home should be sleeping chaotically. However, as soon as she entered, everyone was awake, gathered together not knowing what they were doing. The red hawk that left yesterday has returned. So everyone is here. When Youning put down the live streaming equipment and stretched, "Are you all hungry? Just wait a moment, I'll be ready soon." Just as she finished speaking, Wen Youning walked into the kitchen. Meow. Is this edible? Moving fish jerky. What kind of moving dried fish? Wen Youning listened curiously, poking her head out with a piece of bread in her mouth. What are you all gathered here for? It's neither a feeding bowl nor a water bowl. Wen Youning realized something strange after a moment. There are no live fish at home either. She leaned in closer and heard a strange voice inside. Go away, everyone, go away. The voices of small animals have distinct and easily recognizable characteristics, just like the sounds of human speech. Once you get used to spending time with them and often listening to their voices, Wen Youning can also match the voices of the small animals with their emotion. The only one who can go out in the house is Huan. So, Huan, what have you caught this time? Excuse me. Wen Youning squeezed into the circle of small animals. Let me see what it is. What? A completely crimson snake with no specks of color coiled in the center of the circle, raising its body with its head expanded like wings on either side. Wen Youning. Huan, what have you done? Don't crowd around here, come over. Wen Youning called these dogs to stand behind her. Be careful. Wen Youning protected the fluffy ones and said to the little red snake, let's talk nicely, don't bite, everything can be negotiated. Before the words fell, he shouted again, Huan. Cheep, the red kite shook its wings and flew up. It wasn't caught by the falcon. The red kite anticipated what Wen Youning was about to say. It was already there when the kite returned. Then who are you? Wen Youning's gaze swept over the puppies one by one before finally settling on the fish jerky. Meow, the spotted cat jumped onto the sofa. Meow doesn't know either. Hiss. The snake came by itself. I want a reward. Reward? Wen Youning was taken aback. Who are you? Although a person damaged the nest that the snake had worked hard to build, the snake itself bit the person once. But the second bite was when the snake chased after and bit. The snake should be rewarded. Wen Youning. Is there more to the story? Yes. The little red snake coiled up and raised its head. You wouldn't want to deny it, right? How could that be? Wen Youning said, I was planning to wait until the warning line was taken down before looking for you. She was worried that the fluffy ones at home would conflict with the little red snake. When she got up, she took them along, walked into the kitchen, opened 2 big bags of snacks for them to wait in the kitchen, and she cut 2 pieces of fresh meat. That river is running water. It might have sneaked out while the night was deep and quiet. Come eat. Wen Youning handed the meat to it. The little red snake glanced at it. This is more like it. Wen Youning examined it closely and found that this snake did not belong to any species she had seen before. Even the red-chained snake wasn't this red. It looked a bit like someone dressed in a red vest for their zodiac year. Although the snake is small, it has lofty ambitions. It won't eat small pieces of meat but will swallow a large piece whole. They can consume food several times larger than their own bodies. A piece of meat is really quite simple. How did you end up in the river? Wen Youning observed the little red snake with curiosity, noting that it didn't seem like a wild snake. The little red snake's mouth was stuffed full of meat, and for a moment it couldn't open its mouth. What do you understand? Of course it was released. Release? Wen Youning remained silent. Okay then. Releasing venomous snakes is not a new story. After all, some people have released Wang Wang snow cakes, and it is said that when the news broke, Wang Wang Senbei expressed strong protests. Then your nest was trampled. How could you build a nest in that place? Wen Youning recalled the environment at that time. It was a residential area near a big bridge, and from any angle it was not a suitable place for snakes to build a home. The little red snake was focused on swallowing meat. Fool, of course it's because there's a lot of food. Wen Youning, why is there so much food in that river? She noticed that there were no fishers by the river and thought it was quite a desolate river. Someone released them. Last time I even had some salmon. People call each piece of fish salmon. But not everything is edible. Last time there was a long fish that made my mouth feel numb. Last time, someone put down a strange shell and almost bit me. Wen Youning supported her chin with one hand, listening to the little red snake's inner thoughts. With a shell, is it a turtle? A alligator snapping turtle? What kind of fish is the numb-mouthed fish? Numb pepper fish. Long. Wen Youning was stunned. Electric eel. What exactly have you released into this river? Wen Youning seemed to ponder. This truly understands releasing. The front feet are set free, while the back feet are already inside the belly of a small red snake. No wonder no one is fishing. If people are releasing fish every few days, it would seriously affect the baiting effect. Especially since many people who set animals free chant Amitabha. It's not uncommon to see freshwater fish being placed in seawater, or land turtles thrown into the water and then coming back, praising their spirituality and reluctance to leave. News like this frequently emerges. It should be lively in the river. The little red snake does not lack food and drink in the river, but surely no one would release meat for it. Wen Youning took a glance at its body size and gave up the idea of bringing more meat for it. The little red snake was already stuffed to the point of deformity and could not eat any more. The little red snake opened its mouth, lay down on the ground after eating its fill, feeling comfortable, showing no signs of nervousness despite being watched by numerous small animals in the room. It spreads itself directly, mainly because it's too full to roll up. The meat is stuck there. Go out to sunbathe. The carefree little red snake hummed a song and swayed out leisurely. So this heart's voice humming a song, why does it sound so much like the great compassion mantra? Wen Youning followed behind the little red snake and curiously asked, why are you humming this song? You don't understand. This is the meal bell. Every time the snake hears this sound, the person has to release food. No, it's releasing fish for the snake to eat. It's an offering. Wen Youning. These little phrases, one said after another. What do you all talk about by the river when you release life? The little red snake found a branch and hung herself on it, feeling leisurely. It's just that recently no one has released any animals. Because it was banned before. As she spoke, Wen Youning had already found relevant news, stating that due to improper release practices polluting water sources, all release activities were ordered to be stopped. The little red snake stretched her neck to take a look and said, I can't read. Regretfully, she shrank back. Those who don't feed me are all bad people. Does this mean there won't be any food in the future? The little red snake discovered the problem. It's okay if there's no food for a while, but if there's no food for a long time, that's a serious problem. Then do you remember where home is? Wen Youning looked at it as if it were a species from a tropical rainforest abroad. I can find a way to send you home. Upon hearing this, the little red snake glared with wide eyes, fuming. No way. All meals provided and comfortable accommodations. No way I'm going back. Wen Youning listened to the little red snake's justified voice and smiled as she said, "Is that so? Then it's forbidden to release you now. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here with me. Whenever you want to go home, just let me know. If you don't want to go back, you can stay here as long as you like." The little red snake flicked its tongue and said, "That's more like it." Wen Youning turned around and reminded, "I have quite a few small animals at home. Remember to get along peacefully." Got it. The person is a good person, just a bit noisy. Wen Youning. She twisted her ankle, supported herself against the tree trunk, and looked up at the snake hiding among the leaves, shaking her head in resignation. The plush toys at home were huddled together in the kitchen. The door wasn't completely shut, allowing the cool air from the air conditioning to come in. Otherwise, so many furry little creatures stuffed in a small kitchen would surely suffer from heat stroke. When Wen Youning came in, they were still eating snacks. "All right, I've made peace with that little red snake. Let's all coexist peacefully." Wen Youning leaned against the door, glanced over, and when she saw that the fluffy one had an empty mouth, she stuffed it a piece of jerky. There is plenty of food at home. It's not that they can't get any. The emptiness in their mouths is simply because they have finished what they were holding. "Come on, everyone come out. I'll make you breakfast." Wen Youning distributed the jerky and clapped her hands, and before preparing the food, she didn't forget to send Lin Beiyu a message about the little red snake. After all, it's a venomous snake. Safety is the most important. As soon as the dogs went out, the kitchen instantly became empty. The little tabby cat is pawing at a ball on the kitchen floor. The ball is rolling around on the floor, gulu gulu. Be careful not to bump into the cabinet. Every corner of Wenyan's home is covered with protective bumpers, but it's impossible to prevent a direct hit with the cabinet door. Meow. It won't happen, meow. The little tabby cat confidently pounced, pressing the ball under its body, rolling over, clutching it with its front paws, and glaring at the ball with its back paws. Chirp! The red falcon glanced at it and flew down from the chandelier to land on Wen Youning's shoulder. As soon as it landed, before it had a chance to fold its wings, a soft and fresh strip of meat was handed to it by the mouth. The shape and size were convenient for the red falcon to swallow in one bite. Huansheng pecked once and tilted her head to swallow the meat. Dried fish is coming. Wen Youning cut another piece of meat to prepare for the little tabby. Meow! The little tabby kicked away what she was holding and rushed to Wen Youning, rubbing against her ankle. Bang! Gada gada! The ball hit the ground and slowly rolled over twice. Wen Youning instinctively cast a glance, but after just one look she quickly withdrew it. Then, seems a bit familiar. Where did you dig that up from? Wen Youning referred to the old, worn-out live streaming equipment that she had replaced earlier. The little tabby cat was eating meat. Meow meow. Meow found. Wen Youning picked up the old live streaming equipment and placed it on the table, turned around to open the daily use one, and continued cutting meat. Good morning, everyone. What time is it? Look at what time it is. Today's broadcast is late. Considering our good relationship, I won't deduct your salary. You can just work overtime tonight. I'm late. Can teacher Wen apologize to me? I was busy with other things this morning. When Youning tugged at her apron, I'll go to the aquarium later. Live broadcast depending on the situation. My finger is already hovering over the report button. I advise you to think carefully about what you say. Okay. Wen Youning poured a cup of warm water and sliced the meat for Yan Wolf. Isn't it all about the situation? She carried the prepared food outside. The air was nice this morning, so everyone had their breakfast in the yard. The little tabby jumped onto the water basin, drinking water from a high place, and of course it wants to meow when eating. It found a good spot for itself, meow. Coming, Wen Youning brought over the little cat's portion, adjusting the slightly crooked silk scarf for it. Let's eat. The little tabby's ears rubbed against her hand, squished into a different shape, sticking very hard. Wen Youning turned back and said, "Okay, eat quickly." The red falcon looked at the little tabby cat, then around, and decisively flapped its wings to fly to the sculpture outside the high platform in front of the little tabby cat. The sculpture is located in the center of the pond and is the zoo's own designed logo. Huan steadily landed on top of the sculpture's head. The little tabby, while eating, licked its lips, looked up and locked eyes with the kestrel. Meow. "Get down, silly bird." "Jeeba. No way, stupid cat." The little tabby hesitated in front of the water pool, wandering and adjusting its position at its feet, intending to pounce and catch the kestrel. However, the platform up high was not big to begin with. It was a bit strained to place down a rice bowl and add a small tabby cat. But the range of movement is very small. Its attention was all on the red falcon, and its back paw missed the step. The small tabby cat instantly fluffed up its fur and fell backwards, landing steadily. 100 dazed, 100 dazed. I didn't even know when a diving prodigy appeared again. Would you like to participate in the Olympics? If you do, I will call the police. Ha, why isn't the little tabby moving? Are you scared? Wen Youning turned around with an empty basin and saw the little tabby standing stiffly without moving. Meow, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. No, I have to endure it. But it hurts so much. Wen Youning hurriedly put down the empty bowl and went to check on the little tabby cat. What's wrong? Did you bump into something? Meow, woo. The little tabby cat's meow trembled slightly, looking at the dogs surrounding it, determined. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt at all. Meow, my paw hurts. Wen Youning brought the little tabby inside. As soon as I walked into the bedroom and closed the door, it isolated the other small animal's sight, and the little tabby's meow sounded the next second. Meow. It hurts. Wen Youning was gently patting the little tabby cat, trying to save face in front of a group of little brothers. He endured the pain and didn't shout until he got to the bedroom. Meow. Upon closer inspection, the little tabby cat's eyes were watering from the pain. Good, let me take a look. Wen Youning checked its 4 paws. I didn't hear the sound when it fell just now. It should have bumped into something while jumping down. After a check, there was nothing wrong. The little tabby was snuggled in her arms, making soft sound. Wen Youning thought for a moment and gave it a cat treat. How about a little snack? Meow. The little tabby bit down on the cat treat, chewing on it, not at all affected by the pain it was expressing. Wen Youning carried the little tabby back to get a bowl. Let's go eat downstairs. Meow. Don't meow. Then you need to pay attention to safety. Wen Youning put the stubborn little cat back on the platform and simply sat down next to it, waiting for it to eat. She took a moment to check her phone and see the participant information that Zhao Zi had sent her. The information displayed is a person's photo next to their name and specific details, along with their alma mater and many work experiences listed below. It feels like a personal profile, very serious and formal. Wen Youning is a member of the accompanying staff and doesn't have such a detailed profile. It features Zhao Zi's profile. It seems that among the participating veterinarians, each has their own area of expertise. However, in terms of proportion, there are relatively few who specialize in exotic pets. By the time all participants have read through, little Tabby's bowl is also empty. Juju eats slowly, pecking at it from time to time on the side, possibly having returned after eating outside and not feeling hungry. Wen Youning takes little Tabby's bowl away. Go run around by yourself. Meow. The little tabby jumped down and shook its fur lightly after landing gracefully. Wen Youning glanced at the tree. The small red snake that had just hidden among the leaves was nowhere to be seen, and she didn't know where it had gone. Teacher Wen lives in the staff dormitory of the zoo and operates a zoo at home. Gao, is this a new type of tongue twister, haha? Everyone is honestly bowing their heads to eat their own, so obedient. Sure, I have 2 cats at home, and even with 3 identical bowls and food, they can still fight. Tidying up the house. It's about time to gather for the news. Wen Youning tidied herself up a bit before going out. I may not be back by a certain time today, so you all behave at home. Meow. Okay, meow. Zhao Zi's staff dormitory is a bit far from Wen Youning's side. Zhao Zi usually goes to find her. This is still the first time Wen Youning has come over here. This side also has a separate yard, but the location is just right, positioned in the center of the park near a small side gate, making it somewhat noisy with tourists coming and going. However, it excels in location. The semicircle in the center allows for easy access to any park that has an issue, making it convenient for him to rush to the scene. Wen Youning had just arrived at the downstairs and was about to send a message to Zhao Ziyi when she saw a border collie running out with a dragging mat in its mouth. Oreo, do we still need to dry it today? Last time your mat was just. Zhao Ziyi followed behind, urging Teacher Wen. Is it time already? Oh no, I didn't pay attention. Teacher Wen, please wait a moment. I'll change my clothes and be right there. Wen Youning said, no rush, I arrived early. Zhao Ziyi opened the courtyard door and said, Teacher Wen, please come in and sit. I'll be done soon. I'm not going in. Wen Youning looked at the border collie dragging its mat towards the gate. It's bringing its mat out to bask in the sun. It's good to get some sun. It helps to get rid of dust mites. Border collies are diligent, both hardworking and smart. Isn't it time for it to help Zhao Ji dry the bedding? Watching this makes me want to raise a border collie to take care of me, but I'm afraid it would find me too stupid. When Zhao Zi came out again, he had changed into a different outfit. Seeing the border collie still trying hard to push the mat outside, he shouted, Oreo, don't take the mat outside. The sunlight in the yard is great. You don't remember any lessons at all. Woo! Oreo walked away without looking up. What do you understand? Wang loves cleanliness. Accidentally peed on the mat. I have to drag it out before anyone finds out. I don't know if Zio Bai will come later. Zio Hai can also. Oreo's heartfelt voice is very clear. Anyone will do, just come and take the blame for him. As he passed by Wen Youning, Oreo glanced at her. What are you looking at? How about you then? What do you mean? Wen Youning raised an eyebrow. How many little dogs have you framed using this trick? Woof! Oreo was so scared that he vomited out the mat in his mouth. What's going on? Did Wang say it? No, right, Wang said it. How could people understand that? Clever as a border collie, it was also a bit bewildered at this moment, silly staring at Wen Youning and looking again and again. Frame a charge. Zhao Zi stepped forward with the car key and asked hesitantly, what are you framing? Woof. Nothing at all. Wen Youning said, it was afraid that you would find out that it peed on the mat, so it dragged it out and randomly framed the passing little dog. Is it that damaging? Passing by a puppy, please heavens discern loyalty from treachery. PFFT, they say border collies are very clever, and I've seen it, as clever as a lot of lotus roots. Zhao Zi was also stunned. He hesitated several times, ultimately letting out a grinding sound. No wonder the dog-walking route never passes our house door. Every time I come out to dry the mats, they get urinated on. If it weren't for your size being big enough, I would have doubted you were being bullied. As for last time, wasn't it you who framed Xiaobai? Zhao Zi, I said I didn't even see Xiaobai lift his leg. How could it get soaked? The border collie turned its ears back. looking guilty and not even making a sound, silently minimizing its presence and then glaring at Wen Youning. Bad guy. Are you still glaring at Teacher Wen? Zhao Zi lifted the border collie's ears. Is it because it's not neutered? Teacher Wen, are you free recently? Woof, the border collie was shocked and disappointed. What do you want to do? Wen Youning nodded. When I have time. Zhao Zi said, all right, help me get Oreo neutered later. Woof. You both are bad people. Hurry home. Wen Youning reached out to pet Oreo's head, but the border collie, holding a grudge, turned its head and dodged, running into the house without looking back. It didn't forget to bring its own mat while running. It's obvious that it really likes it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to urinate so many times and still hold it. Running is useless for you, Oreo. Zhao Zi shouted at the back of the border collie, then turned around and smiled shyly. Teacher Wen, let's go. Okay. The aquarium is located in a remote area, even more so than the wildlife park, having already left the city and heading towards the suburbs. After all, it's just a small aquarium in a small city, lacking funds and costly maintenance, and the location of the building is surely not good. There are no direct buses or subways. It's still more convenient to drive yourself. Wen Youning sat in the passenger seat, pulled over the seatbelt, and fiddled with the live streaming equipment but couldn't find a suitable position, so she just held it in her hand and asked, how long until we get to the aquarium? Zhao Zi brought up the map and said, about 2 hours. Teacher Wen, if you're tired, you can take a nap and we'll be there when you wake up. Wen Youning lightly tapped on the live broadcast device, showing no signs of sleepiness, and adjusted the passenger seat back. Let's connect. Just in time to connect during my spare moments. The meeting, wonderful application, has been waiting in line for a long time to connect. It's my turn. After watching for so long, I finally snagged a spot. The boy chuckled. Good morning, Teacher Wen. Come on, let's greet Teacher Wen. Encountering Beauty holding the phone, body slightly tilted, in the lens, 2 ragdoll cats are snuggling together, licking each other's fur, while a golden retriever lies on the sofa cushion, watching the 2 cats. Woof, the golden retriever's ears perked up, its eyes following the phone lens that passed by. Both ragdoll cats are seal-pointed, with bright blue eyes surrounded by black fur, looking like cat-shaped giant pandas, with shiny and fluffy fur. Ragdolls sure are beautiful, those big eyes are sparkling. What is that old, light brown singleton looking at? Get lost. Which one is sick? Wen Youning glanced over, looking well taken care of, full of spirit and light-hearted, showing no signs of illness at all. This one. Meeting the beautiful one scooped up the ragdoll cat below that had been licking its fur. Mimi has gained a lot of weight. Especially here in the belly, it's starting to spread out sideways. Teacher Wen, do you still have the cat weight loss tutorial you gave before? I would like a copy. Mimi eats the same things as Xiaoyu, but I don't know why Mimi absorbs so well. Xiaoyu seems perfectly normal. If it weren't for another ragdoll cat of a similar size for comparison, he would really start to suspect that there is something wrong with the cat food. The ragdoll cat is gentle and is being fondly handled. As I part the fur on both sides, its belly is indeed noticeably round. It doesn't necessarily mean it's fat. Wen Youning asked, have you been to the hospital? What did the doctor say? I haven't gone, Yu Jian Meihao said. Even if I'm fat, do I have to go to the hospital? Can't I just lose weight? Difficult and complicated issues refer to problems that the pet hospital cannot solve. Yours. Wen Youning shook her head and said, the abdomen is noticeably enlarged, which may indicate a tumor or accumulation of food, digestive dysfunction, and so on. Only a big belly. There are too many possible situations, especially when the cat's feelings do not mention where it hurts. No one can see what's inside the belly without machines. It's not that, it just got fat. How could it be a tumor? It didn't suddenly gain so much weight, it gained weight little by little. When encountering something beautiful upon hearing tumor, they were a bit flustered. Originally, fans were happily waiting in line for a live chat, but then they suddenly heard the bad news. Don't worry, I'm just giving an example. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a tumor, just saying it could be. Wen Youning said, it could also be pregnant. That's impossible. I live on a high floor. My cat Mimi is timid. It doesn't even go out if I try to throw it outside. The only male cat in the house has also been neutered, and Mimi will also be neutered after its first heat ends. Encountering something beautiful explained the specifics seriously. In conclusion, to sum it up, the final conclusion is definitely not pregnant. This doesn't need a hospital. He can diagnose himself. Meow. Mimi licked her paw. Perhaps she was uncomfortable standing for too long with her belly displayed, so she moved a bit, wanting to come down. There are babies, meow. Seeing this, the little feather nearby walked over, rubbing against the owner's fingertip, trying to pull Mimi out to escape the owner's clutches. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go to the hospital. That's right, but it shouldn't be ascites. But if it were ascites, it wouldn't have such good spirits. In any case, it's definitely not a good thing. Hurry up, I'm worried about you watching it. Don't worry, Wen Youning said lightly, it's just pregnant. Encountering beauty. Not sister, how did you figure this out? Mimi said so herself. Wen Youning lightly raised his chin, gesturing for him to look at the two cats that had come together and were licking each other's fur. Cats know they are pregnant in the later stages. Female cats in the wild will look for a safe place that can shield them from wind and rain to give birth before they deliver their kittens. This shows that they are aware of this themselves. No, upon receiving the answer, she felt relieved that it wasn't a tumor or something, but before the relief could settle in, she started to feel anxious again. Then who is the father of the kittens? In surprise, he slowly looked down and said, what do you think? The dark soy sauce-colored golden retriever widened its eyes, and the corner of one eye twitched slightly. Woof. Woof, what does it matter? Woof, what does it matter? What are you looking at the dog for? The dark soy sauce-colored golden retriever is angry, furious, and flustered. How is that right? Where are you looking? Look at the cat. How did you study biology? I punish you to find your high school biology textbook and memorize it word for word. As I watched the attention to the beautiful one drift further away, Wen Youning opened the bottle, barely getting it to her mouth, and quickly pulled back. Neutered male cats can also have the ability to make female cats pregnant. It's just a matter of probability. Good lad, you too. The beautiful one refocused on the two ragdoll cats. Impressive. Zio, you ignored it and concentrated on grooming Mimi. The beautiful one asked, then Teacher Wen, can we know how many kittens there are? I don't know about this. Go to the hospital for a B ultrasound to check the kitten's development status. Wen Youning reminded, it looks like she's about to give birth, so get prepared early. The encounter with something beautiful left him dumbfounded by a series of words. This connection made his emotions soar and plummet, which can easily make someone with a weak heart faint. Just found out I was pregnant and I'm about to give birth. Meeting something beautiful, I have nothing prepared. Then I will go to the hospital to take a look first. Meeting something beautiful said as she got up, Teacher Wen, let's connect again next time if there's an opportunity. Go ahead. If there's something, message me privately. Wen Youning has a lot of private messages. Accounts that have connected before will have priority in private messages, making them easier to see. All right. Woof, the golden retriever looked confused. What strange things are people up to again? The time for the aquarium visit is set for the afternoon. Rushing with time, there weren't many people in the booked venue. Zhao Zi picked up the wristbands and gave one to Wen Youning, saying, looks like we arrived early. Just based on the names in the document, the lounge area on the first floor can be filled up, not to mention that everyone will definitely bring interns and assistants, So the number of people on site is bound to be more than what is stated in the document. Let's take a stroll first, or is Teacher Wen tired? Taking a break is also fine. Zhao Zi hung the wristband on her hand. This venue is small. When it's less crowded, you can walk a loop in half an hour. When there are many people, it doesn't work. Everyone is crammed together, and before you know it, you're moving forward at a snail's pace. Let's take a walk. Wen Youning had been in the car for a long time and just wanted to take a walk to stretch a bit. Well, this way. Zhao Ziyi followed the sign. This is a display sequence from small fish to big fish, and there is also a land-style underwater tunnel inside. Many people come here to see the underwater tunnel. Wen Youning was still holding the live streaming equipment in her hands. Teacher Wen, you can just start the live stream directly. There are no outsiders, and filming and editing are allowed. Regarding the live streaming issue, Zhao Ziyi specifically inquired with relevant personnel about whether it was permissible, and the person in charge happily agreed after seeing the popularity of Wen Youning's live stream. Given the foot traffic at this aquarium, Wen Youning's live streaming is definitely boosting their popularity. It is quite quiet in the aquarium. The sounds of flowing water and fishtails stirring the water fill the air. There are so many fish that if she concentrated on listening to their hearts, there might be hundreds or even thousands of fish making sounds simultaneously. Just thinking of that scene made Wen Youning give up on the idea of listening closely. Is this line butterfly fish about to die? In a closed space, a woman's voice filled with confusion echoed. It's already starting to lose scales. The man beside commented, nodding. It feels like it's not going to make it. Is there a net? Catch it. The man wearing a wristband waved his hand. What do you mean dying? Just catch the one losing scales and apply some medicine. Keep it separately for a while and it will be fine. Zhao Zi recognized him at a glance. Song Yankai. Oh, Brother Zhao, I knew I saw your name on the list, but I didn't see you at the venue. I thought you were running late. Song Yankai warmly approached Zhao Zi to chat, noticing Wen Youning beside him. Feeling a bit familiar, he paused. And this is? Zhao Zi introduced Wen Youning. Teacher Wen. I'm here today as Teacher Wen's assistant. Mentioning Wen Youning always gave Zhao Zi a sense of pride. Look, this is my colleague. Warm. Oh, this is. Song Yankai instantly realized that he had seen this name in news related to the South China tiger, but at that time he was too busy to delve deeper. Hello. I've long admired your name. Wen Youning extended her hand to shake with him. Hello. Wow, seeing Teacher Wen like this now makes the longtime fans feel very gratified. I became a fan of an amazing streamer. It really feels great. While speaking, the staff had already brought the tools, waiting for the ladder to be pushed over to go up and open the lid to catch fish. Fishing all day long just knows how to fish and won't do anything else. The fish is really speechless. Oh, fish probably never learn to talk. Fish bubble and blow you fools up. The fish in the aquarium are well informed. There's no type of visitor they haven't encountered, and their inner voices are expressed more clearly than those of wild fish outside. It saves the trouble of translating the temperature and grapefruit. The striped butterflyfish is a name for a variety of butterflyfish. Butterflyfish typically have flat bodies with different colored patterns. This striped butterflyfish is yellow, with the head being whitish and black vertical stripes going back. On its exquisitely beautiful side, there is a clearly visible area lacking scales, making it look empty and abrupt. I caught this fish once before, and after treating it, it went back, and within a short time it had the same issues again. The staff member looked at the fish with worry, repeatedly changing the water and applying medicine, which wasn't good for the fish either. If this continues, it might die from the stress before any illness even takes its toll. Is it losing scales due to fighting? Have you considered getting a different fish tank? The staff member looked up and shook their head, saying, No, we always make sure to do a pre-check before putting the fish together in the tank. confirming that there won't be any fighting conflicts before releasing them. Since I started working here, I have never seen them fight. Switching tanks requires a serious conflict to be submitted for approval. We have limited tanks for tropical fish. Knowing that Wen Youning and her companions were specifically here as doctors for the aquarium, the staff member didn't hold back and spoke honestly. Very frank. That's a water quality issue. But the other fish are fine. Look at another black butterfly fish. Only one fish has damaged scales. This water is strange. Oh, it's bound to happen sooner or later. It's best to change all the water before the problem gets serious. The yellow butterfly fish slowly floats over, its eyes moving up and down as if it is glancing at someone. Why are there only so few people here today? A bunch of fools. Who dares to fish? They simply don't want to live. Get the fish out. It can't stay here any longer. The fish wants to go back to its old little tank. Wen Youning asked, was it alone in its own fish tank before? The staff thought to themselves, looking at the size of the aquarium, it's clear that there isn't enough room to put each fish in separate tanks. No way. Only during treatment for illness would they be put in separate tanks to apply medication. Wen Youning squatted down, looking eye to eye with the drifting butterfly fish. You're losing scales. Do you feel pain or itchiness, or any other not so obvious discomfort? Tell me, and I'll help you return to the small fish tank. The butterfly fish is busy staring at people with its eyes, floating far away before its thoughts come through. It's not true. What is this person rambling about? How would a person know that a fish wants to return to the small fish tank? The butterfly fish flicked its tail and instantly created a bubble chain. It suddenly braked in front of Wen Youning and said, Can you? Wen Youning smiled, yes, I can. The fish is saved. Hurry, tell those idiots to take the fish away. The fish doesn't want to stay with that stupid guy. Stupid guy, that black butterfly fish. Wen Youning noticed the yellow butterfly fish glancing back. Yes, that's the one. Staying up in the middle of the night wanting to eat fish, secretly sucking on me. It can't beat me but keeps sucking. It runs away whenever I get close during the day and sneaks up to suck at night. It's so annoying. It made the yellow butterfly fish really angry. Every day in the same tank, they haven't fought, but when they get close, people think they are playing together. The fish scales have been sucked bare. Who can stand such teasing? Teasing you and you're losing your scales too. The yellow striped fish is getting more and more upset. How long has it been? How long has it been? Its tail sways left and right along with its body, but its head is facing directly towards Wen Youning. In a fit of anger, the black striped fish slowly swims past, and the yellow striped fish turned around and chased after it with a flick of its tail. Stop, don't run. The black striped fish has obviously gotten used to being chased. Out of the corner of its eye, it catches sight of the yellow striped fish rushing over, and without hesitation it speeds up, engaging in an intense chase in the fish tank. The other tropical fish have all hidden in the coral reef, peeking out to observe the two striped fish. Tusk, they're playing again. The staff crossed their arms and seeing them so lively couldn't help but sigh. It's rare to see two unfamiliar fish that have just been added to the tank get along so well, chasing each other like this. Wen Youning. She finally understood why no one discovered the true reason behind the yellow striped fish losing its scales. So it was treated like a chase rather than a fight. However, it's also true that after chasing for a long time, there are no fish casualties. One fish is in front and another behind, making it really hard to tell if they are playing or fighting. It's much easier to see the intensity of a fight when they are facing each other directly. Wen Youning said, that yellow one is chasing the black one to fight. The staff scratched their head and said, no way. They played like this before, chased for a while and then stopped. Just as they were speaking, the two fish stirring the fish tank stopped. The black striped fish was still charging forward. while the yellow-striped fish had already stopped chasing, possibly realizing that chasing like this would just tire it out without catching up, which would waste its energy. As the yellow-striped fish continued to chase, its anger gradually subsided, and it returned to continue complaining to Wen Youning about colleagues who were not involved with the fish. The staff member saw this and clapped his hands. "See, I told you, they are just tired of playing. You may not understand the habits of fish. When they fight, it definitely isn't like this." He is an old employee. Having been ill for a long time, he can also become a doctor. Having seen a lot, he can discern. It feels like it's hard to explain things just by talking, so he simply sent a message to his colleague, asking him to check the surveillance footage from last night when he returned. The video should be able to prove that the two fish have a good relationship, right? Nonsense. As it passed by the staff, the yellow-lined fish complained softly, and then floated lightly with a string of bubbles in front of Wen Youning. In short, that's it. It's very underhanded. Every time the fish chases it, it runs away. Sneakily suck while the fish is sleeping. Don't you think it's very malicious? The yellow-striped fish shakes its head frantically. How could there be such a fish that makes other fish so unhappy in this world? It runs away when hit, but comes back secretly to nibble at you if you don't hit it. Even changing to another fish would make it suffer from nervous breakdowns. Through the fish tank, Wen Youning comforted softly, "It's okay, I'll switch your fish tank for you later." The black-striped fish swam back slowly, and Wen Youning just happened to run into it, so she asked, "Why are you teasing your colleague?" "What is it?" Even though I often hang out in the live broadcast room, I was still a bit stunned to hear this. "I only know that big plate fish eat colleagues. What does tease mean?" "So the place where the scales fell off was it sucked?" The black-lined fish, pretending to pass by casually, froze for a moment, clearly in a daze. Its tail even moved, just floating quietly in the water. Is a person talking to the fish? How do people know about fish? What a good opportunity, the voice of the yellow-striped fish suddenly sounded. But the black-striped fish seemed to sense something. Before the yellow-striped fish charged, it flicked its tail. Even with a timely reaction, its escape speed was a bit slow, and it was directly hit by the yellow-striped fish. "Hey, why are they fighting?" the staff thought to themselves just after explaining to people you start fighting. Isn't that a slap in my face? Song Yankai looked on anxiously and said, "Why aren't you quickly fishing out the fish? If we delay a little longer, we're going to be in big trouble. There are only a few live fish in the entire aquarium. One dead and one injured means two less." The latter hasn't arrived yet. The staff member looked back but couldn't see any trace of their colleague. Looking at the position of the lid above, it is simply impossible to climb up against the glass jar. A fishing net that cannot be used with any strength. "All right, don't fight yet." Wen Youning quickly stopped them as she saw those two about to start chasing again. "It's better to clarify the reason before you fight." As soon as Wen Youning spoke, both fish stopped. The clownfish hiding behind is cautiously revealing itself from the anemone, searching for the voice of its owner. The yellow-striped fish angrily expresses its thoughts. "No reason, I'll bite it to death today." The black-striped fish, feeling wronged, says, "Bad fish, unreasonable. I helped you out of kindness and you still hit me." Sai, what people say is true. Good fish receive no good rewards. Wen Youning. Wait a minute. Not only did the live stream's bullet comments not react in time, but Wen Youning was also a bit confused. She pointed to the black-striped fish and asked, "When you said you would help, what exactly are you helping it with?" As she spoke, she pointed to the yellow-striped fish. The yellow-striped fish got tired and stopped tangling with the black-striped fish. Only then did the black-striped fish have time to sigh and say, "Of course I help it eat parasites. Every time it gets dark, parasites grow on it and it doesn't even know it has them." The fish told it, but it still doesn't believe. "It seems unfair that I help you catch bugs with good intentions, only to be hit and scolded. and the little black striped fish looks pretty wrong too. Although fish do not make sounds that humans can hear, they have their own communication system. It seems that the little black fish told the little yellow fish, but the little yellow fish doesn't believe it. Wen Youning said, "It says there are bugs on you. Sucking is helping to eat the bugs." The voice of the heart does not lie. In Wen Youning's view, both fish might be telling the truth. The staff seemed a bit confused. "Doctor, what are you talking about? What bugs? There definitely aren't any bugs in our fish tank. Did you mistake it for seaweed?" The cleanliness of the fish tank is divided into sections, and clearly this tank falls within his area of responsibility, so if there are bugs in the fish tank, wouldn't that ruin his job? Wen Youning looked up at the lights above and asked, "Do you adjust the lights here at night?" Staff, "Of course, when there's no one at night, the lights only turn on partially. It's for cost saving." Wen Youning said, "Can you turn it off for a moment so I can take a look?" The staff hesitated and looked at the people behind them, their eyes seemingly signaling who this assistant is. Zhao Zi listened to a rough overview beside them. Although he didn't understand, he followed the conversation and said, "For the treatment, please help by pressing it." "Thank you for your hard work." Song Yankai was also curious. He only knew that Wen Youning's public image was that she could read the hearts of animals. However, this mind reading, like reading people's minds, relies on subtle expressions, actions, emotional changes and breathing variations to make corresponding judgments, not that one can actually hear sounds. The concept of telepathy feels more like a vague idea. But how can fish read microexpressions? Do they observe the shimmer of the scales after a fish swims by? Or do they notice the curve of their mouths when they expel bubbles? As for fish's gaze, even a deity would struggle to understand it. What was Teacher Wen talking about for so long just now? Song Yankai was eager to lean closer to listen, to see if that fish suddenly made a sound just now. Click! The staff standing by watched this side, thought for a moment and turned off a light, saying, "That's about it." Other colored lights can be turned off at will, except for the temperature control lamp. Wen Youning clearly saw that the fish in the aquarium had white circles on their bodies. There were lights all around the aquarium, and it was unclear which light caused the white circles. The shapes were not large, but they were very obvious on the yellow-striped fish. Other fish had varying degrees of the same issue as well. The black-striped fish perked up immediately upon seeing it. "How come there are bugs in the daytime today?" "Those aren't bugs, they are just the contours of the lights." Wen Youning finally sorted out the situation. Little Black mistook the light circle on Little Yellow for a bug and tried to help catch it. Generally, fish eat bugs by sucking them into their mouths with the flow of water. Since the light circle isn't a real bug, Little Black can't suck it away, so it just chases and nibbles at it instead. Zhao Zi. Is there really such a thing? Song Yankai and his assistant stared at each other in disbelief. "Did you notice?" "I didn't. How did Teacher Wen figure it out?" The yellow-striped fish is truly dumbfounded this time. "Are you sick? And the fish has such beautiful scales." The black-striped fish swims away without looking back, still echoing. "The fish has good intentions. The other fish have troubles, but I only help you." Wen Youning suppressed the corners of her mouth that were about to rise. "No, this is a misunderstanding." The staff turned on the lights, and the halo in the fish tank instantly disappeared. The chase between the two fish continued. Wen Youning said helplessly, "Zio Hai's help is well-intentioned, only helping Zio Huang without caring for the other fish. It's just that Zio Huang might not really need this help. Haha, this little black one is so silly and cute. Still doesn't know why it got slapped after receiving 2 hits. I thought it was a food program, but it turns out the little black one should go to an ophthalmologist. By the way, do fish get nearsighted? Little Black looks more like an old flower." From Little Black's perspective, well-meaning in helping companions peck at worms but misunderstood and chased away. From Little Yellow's perspective, sleeping peacefully when a colleague pecks at me as if to eat me, and then coming up with a grand excuse saying it's to help. Ha 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 damn, both feel miserable in their own way. Wen Youning lightly tapped the fish tank with her fingertip. That's not a worm, you misread it. Don't peck at it anymore, got it? The black striped fish stuck to the fish tank. Did I see it wrong? The fish said, why can't I get it down? The yellow striped fish swam over and slapped it with its tail, bubbles popping out of its mouth as it opened and closed. I can't hear the sound, nor can I see the lip movements, but I just feel that the insults must be quite dirty. The staff looked left and right, so what should I do now? Wen Youning thought for a moment and said, divide the tanks. Xiao Huang wants a tank for himself. Also, adjust the angle of the light. After a brief pause, if it doesn't suck on your words, do we still need to change the tank? Other tanks might not be this big. The staff nodded in confusion. The tanks used for treatment are all of standard size, and once the sickness is cured, they will also be placed in other tanks. The yellow striped fish didn't respond for a moment, as if it was thinking. A small fish tank of my own, or a large fish tank with other fish? After thinking for a long time, the yellow lionfish raised its eyes and said, then I won't leave. Fish have their own plans. Wen Youning chuckled, fine, then I'll have them adjust the lights. Shedding scales not caused by infection won't worsen under the condition that the fish tank water quality is acceptable. Gradually, it will grow back on its own. The staff blinked their eyes, quietly waiting for Wen Youning to finish speaking. Xiao Huang said not to leave for now. Wen Youning tilted her head and almost bumped into the staff, quickly standing up, but I think we should still adjust this light. So, adjusting the light will make it better. The staff was surprised by this diagnosis. Don't you need to take some medicine? Wen Youning, no need. If you're really worried, you can also just pull out a little. The staff turned back. Aren't you going to say something? Really not going to say anything? Ha, look at that silly group. Doctor, is this the normal diagnostic procedure? What are you doing here? Teacher Wen treats patients by taking a completely different approach. Ding! The staff suddenly perked up when they heard the sound. It's here. Zhao Zi asked suspiciously, what? Last night's surveillance video, my colleague sent it to me. The staff still didn't quite believe what Wen Youning said. Let's check last night's surveillance and then discuss the cause of the illness. There is no basis for saying that. It feels a bit far-fetched. Surveillance footage generally won't be checked unless something goes wrong. Especially at night, unless something is lost or a valuable fish disappears, people will work overtime to check. It's the first time I've seen someone check the surveillance for something as trivial as fish losing their scale. The staff member said, I'll move to the group chat and a few teachers can take a look. My colleague is also watching. He's becoming more and more curious about what exactly happened last night. Wen Youning is also in the group. She opened the video and asked, can this be streamed live? The staff member replied with a sound of him, of course. Wen Youning brought the live streaming equipment down and pointed it at the phone. All right. Still thinking of us, Teacher Wen? Yay. The nighttime video inside the aquarium is still very blurry, even with the night mode on. It barely aimed at the fish tank. The fish are hard to see, but the halos on their bodies are clearer in night mode. A yellow striped fish is stuck motionless in the coral, but its tail floats with the water current and the halo remains fixed on it. The black striped fish was originally sleeping. I don't know how it woke up, but it opened its eyes and swam up to the halo. Then, the two fish had another round of chasing. Just saw the staff here. Really, is it sucking? No, this is too strange. The staff stared blankly at Wen Youning. How did you know? This question almost slipped out. But maintaining the basic etiquette of the staff, they silently swallowed this question. Song Yank was also confused, and when he saw the surveillance footage, his heart raced faster than anyone else's. Unless Wen Youning secretly sneaked into the aquarium last night to see it, or saw this segment of the surveillance footage in advance. No matter which, it's all very ridiculous. Song Yank silently gave a thumbs up. That's really impressive. Zhao Zi let out a light snort, of course. After all, that's Teacher Wen. Song Yan looked him up and down. You've been colleagues for so long, haven't you learned anything? Zhao Zi glanced at him and said, where am I supposed to learn? Song Yanka smiled, raised his arm and nudged him. Previously, I heard those doctors you were managing say that you even let them learn from Teacher Wen. Zhao Zi. Back then, didn't he also think that Teacher Wen really could read minds? Unwilling to pay attention to Song Yankai's smile, Zhao Zi twisted open the beverage and handed it to Wen Youning. Teacher Wen, shall we go inside? As soon as I walked in, I tripped over something. I haven't seen the larger area inside yet. Okay, Wen Youning took the drink and sipped from the straw. Let's go. Although the aquarium is not large, whether in design or layout, as well as the distinction and transition between tropical fish and cold water fish, it is clear that these arrangements have been thoughtfully designed. In the quiet aquarium, the fish swim in the water, and as people walk in, their hearts gradually become calm. So beautiful. Yes, this aquarium is small but complete. All the money is spent wisely. I don't want to go to work anymore. Just let me jump in and swim with them. Zhao Zi leaned over and said, you can work as a mermaid in the aquarium and also swim while earning money. All right, you must not say any more. You're everywhere, such a chatty one. Little mouth, close it. Are you chatting with the bullet comments? Wen Youning bit the straw, seeing the light from the phone screen flickering on Zhao Zi's face. Haha, seeing it makes me want to reply. Zhao Zi turned off her phone, put it in her pocket and said, let's go inside. By the time they finish their round, the people outside should be almost gathered. Wen Youning walked into the simulated underwater tunnel. The entrance was a downward staircase, using the height difference to create the illusion of being underwater, with an arched transparent material overhead, allowing a clear view of marine life swimming above you. Devilfish, what should we eat today? You're the one in front of me. The sea turtle slowly lifted its head. Two turtles swam past on top of each other, and Wen Youning curled the corner of her mouth, looking like the turtle had put on a cloak. It's an oversized alien cloak. The devilfish, also known as the manta ray, is a collective term for several species of the family Mobulidae, with 13 known species existing today, closely related to sharks. Manta rays have a flattened body, looking like a thick slice, with a very thin tail, named for their swimming style that resembles bats flying at night. It is well known that devil rays in aquariums can eat their companions. Regardless of which aquarium it is or how big the devil ray is, they always have a hearty appetite. But Wen Youning stroked her chin with her fingertips. This time she definitely wouldn't be able to catch anything. The sea turtle could exhaust the devil ray. Teacher Wen, look, living together for so long has cultivated feelings. Zhao Zi also noticed the sea turtle and the devil ray, teasing with a smile. The devil ray doesn't want to swim and is just hitching a ride. Wen Youning, the devil ray wants to eat the sea turtle but can't catch it. Zhao Zi's warm smile paused. Oh. Ha, the atmosphere suddenly deflated. The damn devil fish is eating my colleagues again. Quick, is she going to take the mic after it finishes eating? Emergency, hurry. The gift and the exclamation mark brush together, and the ID electronic pickled vegetables jumps up and down on the screen. Wen Youning rushed to the emergency and asked, what happened? Electronic pickled vegetables gasped, quick, Teacher Wen, please take a look at my dog. He squatted in front of the gate of the rural courtyard, with the camera aimed at the big white bear directly opposite. The great white bear is the most beautiful and also a largely prohibited fierce dog in most cities, also known as the Pyrenean mountain dog. Just like its name suggests, it is entirely snow white with an elegant expression. Its eyes are deep brown, and its nose and mouth are black, giving it an overall noble and fierce appearance. It carries a sense of oppression beneath its massive body. At this moment, the great white bear's deep brown eyes are misty, as if they are crying, covered by a layer of moisture. "What happened to my sheep's eyes?" Electronic Pickled Vegetables said nervously. "I just came back today, and before I even entered the house I saw the sheep's eyes like this. Is it going blind? I don't have a pet hospital here." Electronic Pickled Vegetables said, "It can open its eyes, but it seems like there's something that doesn't allow me to touch it. It might be painful. Sheepy, come over and let Teacher Wen take a look." "Woof. Don't come back. I hate you. Are there red blood vessels? It might be conjunctivitis. It looks like it's as if eye drops were applied. Its eyes are fine. It must be crying. Fur got into its eyes, making it look like it's." Wen Youning immediately identified the problem. Thinking of you. "Miss me?" Electronic Pickled Vegetables' breath caught as he ran back. "It can't be right." He looked somewhat incredulous. "You want me, but you're avoiding me, not letting me hug you." Electronic Pickled Vegetable knew the polar bear's eyes were fine, and his nervous heart relaxed as he murmured to Wen Youning, "I don't want it sent back. I wouldn't even want it staying in the countryside by itself. Originally, that city of mine could raise polar bears, but who knew they suddenly updated the ban on keeping dogs? If I don't send it away and get discovered, it would be the end for me." The Electronic Pickled Vegetable sat down with its legs crossed and said, "Our company opened a branch this year and needs to transfer people from the headquarters. I specifically submitted a request to bring the sheep over, but when I got back, it avoided me. Every time I reached out, it would dodge away, and its eyes looked as if something was smeared over them. I was so scared that I thought it had gone blind and couldn't see me." The Electronic Pickled Vegetable opened its arms. "Come on, sheep, if you miss me, just give me a hug." "Whoa! No way! Traitor! Why are you back after being so close to that silly dog?" The obvious evasive action of the polar bear made the Electronic Pickled Vegetables dejectedly lower his arms. "Are you still blaming me? I know I was wrong, sheep." Wen Youning asked suspiciously, "It says you're a traitor. Do you have other dogs?" "What?" The Electronic Pickled Vegetable pointed at itself. "Me? How is that possible?" "Woof woof. That's right. You're still walking with it in the bald land. Still side by side." The voice from behind emphasizes. "It sounds both wronged and angry." Wen Youning said, "It says you walk side by side with other little dogs on the bare, bald ground. That's even more impossible. The sheep has always been at home, and I took the high-speed train back. Even if I raised a dog, I couldn't bring it back right. Besides encountering a black dog on the way back, there was nothing." The endless chatter of the Electronic Pickles suddenly stopped when this topic came up. He looked somewhat incredulous. "No, it can't be." "Woof!" The big white bear was so angry that the fur around its eyes got wet. "Traitor! You're with Wang's arch-nemesis." "Ha ha, arch-nemesis. No wonder you got so upset you cried." Wen Youning looked at Electronic Pickled Vegetables and said, "Your dog was fighting with the dogs outside, but when it saw you with the black dog, it thought you two were together, thinking you had defected." Electronic Pickled Vegetables, I didn't defect, I just walked the same road. He doesn't even know when that dog came over. He just glanced down when the black dog passed by him. Did the betrayal happen so suddenly? He himself doesn't even know about this betrayal. Misunderstanding, sheep. The Electronic Pickled Vegetables didn't care about the polar bear's resistance and hugged him. "You're my only dog, so there's no way I'm turning traitor, okay?" Wang Wu, the big polar bear, feeling wronged, curled up in the Electronic Pickled Vegetables' embrace, not fitting in, resting its head on his shoulder, sniffling. You can tell it's really aggrieved. Those who don't care about you think your crying means there's something wrong with your eyes. LOL, isn't this because they care too much? But thinking about it, it's really worth feeling wronged when the owner I haven't seen for a long time comes home and plays well with your arch rival. All right, I'm here to pick you up on purpose this time. The electronic pickled vegetable petted the dog. Don't be angry. Woof. The dog's barking sounded, and the Great Pyrenees instantly shook its head and came out of the electronic pickled vegetable's arms. The look of grievance on its face vanished in an instant, and its calm gaze swept over the nearby group of dogs, emitting a low growl from its throat. Is it them who bullied you, and they even teamed up to bully you? The electronic pickled vegetable heart said, I can't stand that. I'm rolling up my sleeves and planning to join the battle. You guys. He shouted loudly, pushed himself up with his hands, and before he could fully stand up, his knees gave way first, and with a thud, both knees knelt and hit the brick floor at the door. Sitting for too long made my legs numb. The electronic pickled vegetables wobbled and fell forward, baring its teeth while reaching out to support itself, the phone tracing a parabolic arc in midair, capturing the panoramic view from a high angle. As the electronic pickled vegetable's hands reached the ground, its forehead also had a close encounter with the ground. Bang! With a solid thud, even the barking stopped. All the dogs present were stunned by the electronic pickled vegetables. Electronic pickled vegetable. Clang! The phone hit the ground, and the electronic pickled vegetables still hadn't recovered from their embarrassment. With the fighting power of a polar bear, 1 against 10 is not a problem at all. However, at this moment, the originally fierce-looking polar bear's momentum diminished significantly. You've thrown the sheep's face away. Customs may vary in different places. Here, we don't bow to the dog before a fight. The camera is pointed at the sky, unable to see the situation on the other side. Just a long silence before anyone speaks, the faint sound of the wind reminding that the phone receiver on the other side hasn't been damaged in this chaotic, unexpected moment. Wen Youning's hesitant voice sounded, "Are you okay?" Electronic pickled vegetable. He slowly got up. The embarrassing misfortune overcame the pain of his numb calves, either that or the two compounded together, doubling the suffering. Electronic pickled mustard greens picked up his phone, pretending to be calm as he dusted off the dirt on his body, but his hands were quite dirty as well. The yellow dirt multiplied the more he patted, and he simply gave up. He glanced at the real-time online viewer count in the live stream, tears already flowing silently in his heart, but his face still forced a semblance of dignity. Actually, even though I look a bit shorter, it's clear that I've easily intimidated them. The group of dogs across stood not far away, glancing at each other. The camera sweeps over, and it does give a feeling of being intimidated. Sheep, you say. The electronic pickled vegetable turns with the camera and just happens to see the polar bear's tail swaying through the gap in the door. With a thud, the iron gate of the yard closes. Puff, how will the sheep go out to fight in the future? I told you, you betrayed, kneeling to the dog emperor on the other side. In the future, when you argue with a sheep, the sheep will say, I don't even want to talk about the time you fought with the dog. To be honest, the polar bear and the wolf are about equal in a fight. In the past, they definitely were able to dominate groups of stray dogs, but now all of your previous victories are wiped clean. With the speed at which news spreads among dog packs, by the time you leave the village, all the chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats in the village will already know about it. It's okay, don't worry, Wen Youning comforted at least. Faced with the hopeful gaze of electronic pickled vegetable, Wen Youning's words stumbled a bit, unsure how to comfort. At least, your legs are not numb anymore. Electronic pickled vegetable. Thank you, that was a good comfort, but please don't comfort me next time. The group of dogs on the opposite side reacted too, barking woof owl owl. Although it can't be understood from their grinning eyes and open mouths, one can analyze what they are doing. Dogs might not know how to bow, but lying down and rolling over is a sign of submission. The electronic pickled vegetable almost flipped itself over just now. There's really no difference between this and trying to ingratiate oneself. Electronic pickled vegetable, are they making fun of me? Wen Youning bit her lip and said, maybe they're just thinking of something happy. Whoa, electronic pickled vegetable didn't expect to lose such a big face in front of a dog one day. Move away right now. I will rent a car to leave this heartbreaking place today. The electronic pickled vegetables were feeling indignant when the giant panda suddenly burst through the big iron gate, charging out with the momentum of a lone hero against 1,000 adversaries, and directly collided with the pack of dogs. Woof! In an instant, the laughing pack of dogs was scattered. The sound of woof woof from the dog is incessant. What does his foolishness have to do with me? How dare he mock me? The electronic pickled vegetables are tearful. Sheep, you are still on my side. Oh sheep, just teach them a lesson, but please don't hurt them. The dogs around here are all raised by others in the village. If they get hurt, it would be hard to explain to the elders. However, the white bear ignored them and continued to fight. The electronic pickled vegetable sniffed and said, what's going on? Teacher Wen, are you still listening? Why is the sheep ignoring me again? Tell it I forgive those dogs and to stop hitting. Wen Youning said, it is obvious that it is holding back during the fight. It must have some judgment in its mind. It fights the dogs because that group of dogs mocked it. The electronic pickled vegetable felt moved but suddenly calmed down. Oh. Ha, why does it matter to you? What does it have to do with you? The young man is quite self-important. If you don't hold us back, how could the big sheep end up in a dog's mouth? Why are you watching the bullet screen? Look at the tickets. I'm not looking at the ticket. I'm just renting a car and leaving. The electronic pickled vegetable said hurriedly, I'm renting a car right now. Teacher Wen, I'm hanging up first. Okay. Wen Youning took off one earphone and put it back in the charging case. The underwater tunnel is short. It didn't take long to reach the end. Stepping through a small door, there is a semi-enclosed jellyfish museum, with cylindrical light columns arranged in an interleaving pattern, and jellyfish floating and swimming inside. Paired with a deep, melodious tune, it has a very immersive feeling. Zhao Zi held up the heavy curtain and slipped in sideways. It seems like the jellyfish pavilion has added more new species since I last came. He bent down to glance at the sign. Splash! The curtain was lifted, causing a rustling of the plastic film, which was very clear in the quiet and peaceful space. That's great, Teacher Wen, you are really here. The girl's surprised voice came, and Zhao Zi only felt a gust of wind blowing past. When she turned back, the person had already run to Wen Youning. The girl, dressed in work clothes, smiled and said, I've been watching your live stream for a long time. Wen Youning, hello. Hello, just call me Zio-jo. Zio-jo said excitedly. I was originally on vacation today, but I specifically swapped shifts with my colleague. Just now, my colleague told me there's a very powerful but oddly therapeutic doctor, and I immediately guessed it was you. That was a wonderful compliment, but you're not allowed to compliment me again. Ha, Teacher Wen is being victimized by the public opinion. Zio-jo paused, realizing that his words were ambiguous. What I mean is, my colleague lacks experience and doesn't understand her. She smiled and asked, Mr. Wen, do you have some time now? I have something I want to trouble you with. I have been trying to grab the chance to speak for a while, but my fingers are not fast enough. There's a question that has been troubling me for almost half a month. Wen Youning looked at Zhao Zi, who gave an okay hand gesture. He was always attentive to the messages, and after most people arrived, they could go out in time. With plenty of time, Wen Youning asked, what is the question? Well, Mr. Wen, do you have any research on seahorses? Zio-jo introduced himself and said, There's a rather strange seahorse in my area that I've been observing for a while. It can't hold food in its mouth, and the food keeps falling out when I feed it. I suspected it was injured from fighting before, but it seems to be in good spirits, and the food loss seems to be a random event. I've also seen it successfully eat. So I don't know what to do. It seems like it's sick, but not really. The doctors at the facility can't find any reason, and a little seahorse doesn't attract much attention. It all depends on Xiao keeping an eye on it herself. Wen Youning listened attentively to Xiao's speech, then nodded and said, "Where? I'll go take a look." Xiao's eyes widened slightly. Okay. She didn't expect Wen Youning to be so easy to talk to, and quickly led the way. This way, the small organisms are all over here. Woo-woo, is this how you're taking Teacher Wen away? I want to go meet in person Teacher Wen. When are you coming to our city? At local official zoo, hello. Are you not planning to come out and dig up a person? Ha ha ha, Zhao Zi. Can't guard against it, simply can't guard against it. Exiting the jellyfish exhibit, it became instantly bright. It highlighted the tranquil beauty of the jellyfish. The lighting inside was dim, with the main source of light coming from the LED strips in the jellyfish tanks. Zhao Zi diligently carried things while following behind, occasionally taking pictures with her phone. For the record, I will need it to write a report when I get back. It's just like writing a reflection after watching TV in elementary school. Every activity at the zoo is worth participating in. We've arrived, this is it. Xiao adjusted the indoor lighting. That gray seahorse in this tank. Afraid Wen Youning wouldn't see it, she even pointed out the location of the coral, where the gray seahorse was hiding and observing. Ocean scenery, algae, sandy ground, and coral, all present without exception. A string of bubbles rises upwards. The seahorse seems to have no reaction. Xiao leaned down with both hands on his knees. Do you need me to fish it out and take a look? Fish it out? Don't you have anything else to do every day? Why do you keep bothering me every day? The seahorse's eyes moved and it shrank deeper into the coral. Wen Youning, not for now. It doesn't like to be caught all the time. Do you often catch it? The seahorse looks very resistant. Occasionally. Little Joe himself couldn't remember how often he fished it out, but it definitely met the requirements of the museum, with no high frequency of being fished in and out. She explained, I'm worried it will starve because its jaw might fall off and it won't be able to eat. Sometimes it falls off and it can even jump out a distance. I suspect it's in pain from eating. Wen Youning nodded thoughtfully, observing that the seahorse's face was unharmed and there were no obvious missing parts. Squatting down in front of the tank, she asked, Do you feel unwell anywhere? No, the seahorse didn't even glance at her. Wen Youning stroked her chin with her fingertip. Feed me something and let me see. Okay, Xiao did as she was told without saying a word. The main food of seahorses is small plankton. It can eat things like zooplankton, crustaceans, and some small fish and shrimp. Before, it vomited a lot after feeding, and I even wondered if it had been pierced by a fish bone. Xiao said while putting food in. If the fish I was feeding weren't so small, I would have prepared to remove the bones for it. If the fish bones are gone, there won't be much left. The manual work is too delicate, and tweezers need to be used. Xiao chose to give up and applied for a different option. This is the first time seeing a seahorse up close. It's actually so beautiful. Fun fact, some seahorses can change their color according to their environment. I searched and found out. Online sources say that vomiting after eating could be caused by eating large chunks leading to gagging or food not agreeing with the stomach, or issues with the jaw joint. Don't search online for this. You should ask an exotic pet doctor instead. Reliable animal doctors are rare, and it's difficult to find an exotic pet doctor who knows a lot. The seahorse chose to eat food amidst the risk of being caught. Small bits of food floated down with the water, and the seahorse swam up without hesitation and took a bite. Then, like that little ball was spat out just like that. The seahorse repeatedly picked it up and spit it out, over and over again. Bill, where are you running? Take a bite from me. Let me pinch your tail. During the observation of Wen Youning, little Joe beside her kept trying to remain quiet, but couldn't help but speak up. It was like this a few times before too. After changing its food, it doesn't vomit as often, but it still does. Little Joe, Teacher Wen, do you see if there is any problem with the angle of its mouth opening and closing? No, Wen Youning's fingertip didn't touch the glass but pointed vaguely on it, following the parabola of the seahorse spitting food, stopping at a scallop of unknown species. It's spitting things to hit the scallop. The scallop pinched its tail, so it's taking revenge. Can scallops eat seahorses? I don't know. It might also be that it accidentally pinched it while breathing. The anxious little Joe had a brief moment of blank expression on his face. Me go. Wow, P-shooter ocean version. Wow, you're quite a troublemaker. How is this not considered pre-meal exercise? Xiao Zhou believes what Wen Youning said is true, but also feels it's very absurd. A real battle between the left and right brain, unable to produce a clear winner. After struggling for a while, he comes up with a question. Then why does it sometimes dart away after spitting? The scallop won't chase after it. With the scallop's speed, it wouldn't be able to catch up anyway. Wen Youning combined the actions and inner voice of the seahorse, saying, "There's no strength in spitting it out, it can't hit, so I just whip it with my tail." Is it really like this? Xiao Zhou had a black line on his forehead. Others use their hands and feet, while the seahorse uses its mouth and tail. Well, that's pretty smart. Xiao Zhou scratched his head, initially thinking it was due to illness and inability to hold food, but didn't expect it was in a battle. I don't know what the seahorse is burning. Even after the seahorse finishes fighting the scallops, it will still eat by itself. Maybe it got tired and is taking a break before the next meal. It's good that it's not ill. Taking care of these small animals, I'm most afraid they'll get sick. Xiao Zhou sighed. She couldn't find a more authoritative expert, and the less authoritative ones don't do well. If it weren't for Wen Youning coming over this time, she wouldn't know how long she would have to be on edge. As they spoke, the scallop opened a small gap and just happened to catch the little ball that the seahorse tossed over. In an instant, the seahorse became even angrier, directly entering combat mode. Haha, Xiao Zhou understood and laughed, saying, "It's provoking you. You're adding to the chaos too. Look, the little seahorse is so angry that it's about to roll its eyes." Zhao Zi covered her mouth with her hand while taking a call in the corner. After hanging up, she walked over and quietly said, "Teacher Wen, most of the people have arrived, let's go over." Wen Youning nodded slightly at Xiao Zhou. "I'll go first." "Okay, Teacher Wen, you go ahead and get busy, I'll come over in a bit." Xiao Zhou waved cheerfully and continued to tease the little seahorse. She suddenly remembered something and quickly typed on her phone screen to send gifts in the live broadcast room. When she returned to the hall, a few people gathered together, laughing and chatting. Even standing on the descending escalator, one can hear the voices of people below. The difference between clinking glasses and not could simply be that what is in hand is tea instead of wine. Song Yankai was savoring tea when he saw Wen Youning come down, waved and smiled, whispered something to the person next to him, then stood up to greet her. "Teacher Wen, I was just chatting with Miss Wen about you." He lowered his voice and said, "Wen Zhu is the eldest daughter of the Wen family. She just returned to the country last week. She is from the Wen's group, which is involved in pet supplies, and Pet Vitality is also one of their subsidiaries that produces pet vaccines. She specifically came to do research. The Wen group can be said to occupy half of the domestic market related to pets. From daily supplies to cat food and dog food cans, they all have their own industrial chain. However, with the rise of new enterprises and the smart upgrade of petrolated products, older models have been eliminated from the market, and Wen's group has long since lost its former glory. Is Wen's group still alive? I thought it went bankrupt and closed down. The online store is still selling, but the quality really leaves much to be desired. Please recommend a cat food produced by Wen's. Which one is suitable for kittens? Wen Youning paused for a moment. How many Wen's groups are there in this world? And they just happen to be in the pet industry. Tusk. Song Yankai smiled and said, this is the eldest daughter of the Wen family, Wen Zhu. Wen Zhu, with her back to the building, heard the voice and put down her teacup. When she turned around and saw Wen Youning, her smile froze for a moment. Then she exaggeratedly deepened the arc of her upward curving lips. Hello, Teacher Wen. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows. Do you know me? Wen Zhu lightly nodded her head, always smiling. Come, sit down and talk. I just heard Mr. Song talk for a long time about your achievements. Animal telepathy is something I've never heard of before. It sounds impressive. Wen Youning politely said thank you. Zhao Zi chuckled. Of course, Teacher Wen is amazing. Song Yankai gave him a glance. I know you found a good colleague. Look at you being all smug. Zhao Zi remained silent, only smiling proudly. Has the ghost come flashing here and there? Is there a ghost today? Wait until dark, then the ghost will come out. The fish can't take it anymore. It's going to break through this broken top and fly out today. Wen Youning pulled out a chair and was about to sit down when she heard the voice and couldn't help but look towards the large tank in the center of the hall. Inside is a single tank of butterfly koi, and at first glance there are no less than 10 butterfly koi inside. Butterfly koi is an ornamental fish species that is difficult to raise. It has high environmental requirements and is sensitive to changes in its environment. A little carelessness can affect its growth and survival. The pure white tail of the butterfly koi looks like soft silk unfurling, and when several butterfly koi swim together, it is incredibly graceful. Zhao Zi saw her sitting for a long time. What's wrong, Teacher Wen? Looking at the butterfly koi. He turned around and couldn't help but exclaim, you've raised so many. Wen Youning slightly raised her chin. The one on the left is going to jump out of the tank. Because of Wen Youning's understated remark, the noise in the hall gradually diminished. Many people glanced this way and then withdrew their gaze to continue their own conversations. The staff member in charge of serving tea and water paused. This one. Thud. Dong. Before the staff could finish speaking, the butterfly koi that was called suddenly swam to the deepest part without warning, then rushed up and hit the bathtub cover. \A. The staff hurriedly put down what they were holding and went over / come help \. The colleagues nearby woke up from their daze and rushed in, using their hands to help lift the cover and block it from hitting. Whether to jump or not is not the point. If we hit a few more times, the butterfly koi will end up dizzy. Wen Youning stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Zhao Zi hurriedly pushed the chair back and followed along. Song Yankai clicked his tongue and shook his head. Teacher Wen is just too amazing. Wen Zhu glanced at the live streaming equipment and said calmly, it's just a spectacle to attract attention. Is there really someone who believes in the elusive thing called mind reading? How capable is Wen Youning? Doesn't she know online live streaming is becoming increasingly bottomless? Even swindlers can start broadcasting. Song Yankai had already stepped outside, and upon hearing, he turned his foot in disbelief and said, what did you just say? It's nothing, Wen Zhu said softly, just feeling very surprised. Song Yankai pinched his own ear, feeling that what he had just heard wasn't this sentence. In the blink of an eye, Wen Youning's side was already crowded with people. He cursed out loud, which instantly made him forget Wen Zhu's words just now, and he walked over trying to squeeze in. However, anyone who casually walked out had a higher status in the industry than he did. Song Yankai didn't even dare to use much force to squeeze in. Darn it, my VIP spot is gone. Laughing to death, this angle has surrounded Teacher Wen. Fish really love to jump out of the tank to commit suicide. The small fish are fine. Just cover the lid and they can be saved, but the big fish can knock off whatever lid you put on. But the butterfly koi really is beautiful, elegant, never out of style. The panicked butterfly koi are huddled together. All the butterfly koi are facing the same direction. Even the one that was intercepted by the staff and jumped out of the tank is trying to squeeze over. Human, how do you know the fish is going to jump? No, that's not important. Run fast, there are ghosts here. The ghosts flicker and only come out at night, very scary. The voices of the butterfly koi are chattering. Some are curiously observing, while others are urging to run quickly. Wen Youning pinched her brow and said, "Stop, let's take turns speaking. I'm a bit confused." In addition to the voices of the butterfly carps, there are also analyses from the surrounding doctors. The butterfly koi in this tank clearly showed signs of improper emotions, with a kind of fear and tension as if they were tightly strung like a bowstring, unsure of when they might suddenly snap. The man asked thoughtfully, "Is someone knocking on the fish tank?" The staff was taken aback and quickly shook their head. "No way, we usually have warning lines around our fish tanks. It's just that we didn't set them up today because the teachers are here." The staff next to him chimed in. "In addition, there is always a dedicated person on duty at all times. Anyone with the intent to tap on the fish tank will be stopped." Butterfly koi are difficult to raise. This is a well-known fact in the industry. They belong to a category of fish that will die on you if not handled carefully. The man hissed, but it is obvious that the butterfly koi got scared. In a sealed environment, it would be fine after a while. He speculated, "Check the surveillance. Could someone come in while you all are leaving at night to knock on the fish tank and scare the butterfly koi?" Staff, why don't you listen to what you're saying? Who's sick, coming in the middle of the night just to scare the butterfly koi without stealing anything? Staff, silence is my mother tongue. Ha, it's really late and I have nothing to do. Can we just sleep? You actually thought of going to the aquarium to scare the fish. The staff didn't know what to say anymore. Wen Youning summarized the thoughts of the butterfly carp and said, "Indeed I was scared. I thought I encountered a ghost." Staff, you're coming too. Wen Youning asked again, "Is the light broken? It's flickering tonight." Fish are extremely sensitive to light. The transitional lighting stimulation can also have adverse effects on health and growth. "The light," said the worker who was still on the ladder glancing over, "it's normal. Since the butterfly koi was brought here, the light hasn't changed and it doesn't turn off at night." Wen Youning followed the line of the light down to the ground, where the position of the wire buried under the carpet had an obvious bulge, leading backward. If the light is fine, then it must be a problem with the wiring. Wen Youning said, "Could it be a poor connection of the plug causing phantom electricity?" The staff member hesitated for a while. Phantom electricity shouldn't be causing lights to flicker at night. "Hey, let's just go check it out." Xiaozhu pushed his colleague aside. "Let's go, Teacher Wen, I'll take you to the back. He's too slow." Wen Youning walked over, and a sleepy orange cat on the platform rolled over and fell directly off the round pedestal. Meow! The chubby orange cat struggled to roll over, and Wen Youning instinctively reached out to scoop it up. At the same time, her hand had already clasped the orange cat's paw to prevent it from panicking and scratching wildly. Wen Youning placed the orange cat on the ground. "Be careful." Meow! The orange cat finally steadied itself after its paws hit the ground, tilting its head and rubbing against Wen Youning's calf. "Human, you smell so good. You saved me." The staff member turned pale when they saw the cat. "Big Orange, how did you get out?" "I'm sorry, Teacher Wen. Big Orange usually stays in the back. Everyone was busy in front today. I didn't notice when it went up. It didn't scratch you, did it?" "I'm fine." Wen Youning squatted down and rubbed the belly of the orange cat that had flipped over. Let's go back. Meow. Just wait. Meow invites you to eat something delicious. The orange cat flips over and shakes its back legs as it runs away. Wow, that cat runs with a thumping sound. Come on, that's at the aquarium, a buffet of cat-friendly seafood. Isn't it a leakage? With thunder and lightning and water conducts electricity, the butterfly koi seems like it's going through a tribulation every day. It can't. A leakage can electrocute a whole tank of fish. Meow. Get out, get out. Just as I walked in, a sudden cat's meow rang out from somewhere. A small black shadow sneaked away quietly on the ground. Ah, brain mouse, the shout was cut off midway and the tone changed completely. Wen Youning glanced at her arm and asked, "Are you okay?" Zhao Ziyi's scream suddenly stopped, and she awkwardly let go, lifting her elbow to poke the hand covering Song Yankai. "Haha, do you believe me when I say I'm actually not afraid of mice?" Wen Youning nodded with a suppressed smile. The male doctor behind shouted, "What is that mouse going to do?" The moment the voice fell, everyone looked in the direction he pointed. At the same time, a mouse in the distance bit down on the exposed wire of the electric line. PFF sound. The mouse straightened instantly. The light on the ceiling flickered as well, but as the mouse fell straight down, the chandelier returned to its original state. Just at a slope, the mouse rolled down, while the orange cat squatted below, and with a low head it caught the mouse. Meow! The orange cat turned to see Wen Youning, and with a woo-woo sound it brought the mouse to her. "Person, you eat, it's delicious. Crispy. Warm pomelo. On-site doctor." A weak voice came from behind. Was that electric flicker just now what the butterfly koi saw at night, the flickering light in darkness? Song Yankai was puzzled. Then why is there no issue during the day? The assistant next to him said, "Which mouse forages during the day? Do you think you work 24 hours a day with no breaks, just like you do during your day shifts and night overtime?" Song Yankai felt a sting. "All right, let's leave this topic here. Discussing further would be a bit presumptuous." Self-service barbecue. Hey, it's not just that, this is self-service dining. The little cat just loves to eat some barbecue. What's wrong with that? Wow, the orange cat really takes good care of itself, just lying there waiting for food. As for the little mouse, its life has really been straightforward. I raise you to catch mice so they don't gnaw on wires, but you watch as the mice sneak out to gnaw the wires, waiting to enjoy the buffet. The staff member who raises the cat next to me was completely caught off guard. Just now, the orange cat ran away, probably to chase the mice. It managed to catch so many mice at once, clearly knowing where the mouse nest is. It went to steal from the house. As a result, it didn't catch anything, just waited to eat barbecue. The staff raised their hand to their forehead. Well, that's impressive. The orange cat stretched out its paw and nudged the charred mouse towards the warm grapefruit. Meow. You eat. Those who don't respond or adapt are ignored. Thank you, you can eat it yourself. Wen Youning patted the orange cat's head. Remember, mice hanging on the power lines cannot be eaten. Woo! The orange cat chewed the mouse with a crisp sound. Meow is not foolish. If it's hanging up there, it's not ripe. When it's ripe, it falls down. Meow. Meow only eats ripe ones. People say raw ones are dirty. Meow won't eat them. Meow is a clean cat. Wen Youning was at a loss, half understanding, and her logic seemed quite reasonable. It's not about whether it's ripe or not. It's the mouse hanging up there. If you touch it, you'll get electrocuted too. It's very dangerous. Meow howl. Got it, meow. I won't eat it, meow. Meow, I can eat several in one night and it's fine. Wen Youning, several in one night. No wonder the butterfly fish feels like it's seen a ghost. I can only say that the quality of the electrical circuits at the aquarium is really good. They didn't trip even after that. Meow, the orange cat proudly puffed up its chest. Of course. Meow is quite powerful. Wen Youning thought that the night would definitely be filled with sparks and flashes. Don't you have night shifts? Yes, but this area is a storage room. You see how messy it is over there. Usually no one comes in here, and those on duty don't come in either. As for the aquarium light, this line connects to the warm light inside, which was added temporarily after last year's cold snap and is not part of the overall aquarium setup. The warm light is actually not very noticeable under the decorative lights. The staff worked hard to distribute the pot in all directions. Fortunately, this line is dedicated to the warm light of the central aquarium, and any issues will only affect one aquarium. If there were a few more wires, he would have to take responsibility and resign. When this happens, there are no issues elsewhere, but a comprehensive inspection is still required. The staff immediately felt a headache. It's all the cat's fault for eating the barbecue. Wen Youning brought the orange cat to the side and let it eat slowly on its own, then turned to leave, only to bump straight into the doctors who were blocking the way behind. Wait, where is Zhaozi? You must be teacher Wen Youning, right? Hello, I am from the L City Central Animal Hospital. Young people are formidable indeed, but how did you notice the issue with the electric wires? That's right, I noticed the fish's condition was off, covered the tank, turned off the lights for a few days. That's usually how I treat it. But if today's matter is treated the same old way, it's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Wen Youning was instantly surrounded by everyone, with hello on one side and thank you on the other. There were two elderly people who looked quite senior, and Wen Youning didn't want to offend them. Haha, it seems like I was surrounded by elders during the new year, just like teacher Wen. This is indeed a prodigy in the veterinary field. Well, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Why has no one noticed it? Doctors deal with illnesses and electricians handle wiring. The illness has been diagnosed. Wen Youning added as a friend in the end, and then went back to the hall with everyone. Wen Youning sighed, and the next moment a bottle of iced drink was shoved into her hand. Zhaozi said, drink some water. The staff went to fix the circuit. Wen Youning pressed the drink against her cheek to cool down. Tell them that once the wires are fixed, just treat the fish according to the usual methods for when they are startled. Zhaozi nodded okay. Wen Youning pulled a chair nearby and sat down, sipping on a cold drink. The live streaming equipment was placed on the table. The image captured too broadly, with the whole screen covered in mosaics, making it inconvenient to watch the live stream. Teacher Wen, please connect quickly. My dog is not doing well. The emergency pop-up was vibrating. Wen Youning pressed down on the shaking live broadcasting equipment and said, be content and happy, hello. Teacher Wen, hurry. The girl didn't have time to say much, her hands frantically rubbing Bernese mountain dog's legs. My dog is cold, its limbs are stiff, and it wobbles when it walks. What's wrong with it? The scene that flashed by was the rapidly receding view outside the car window. Did it suddenly fall ill? Yes, just now. When I got home, it came out to greet me, then collapsed in my arms. When I touched it, its fur was ice cold, and its nose and paws had no warmth at all. The girl said urgently, I'm on my way to the hospital now, but I've been rubbing it for a long time and it seems to still be cold. This can't be amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, right? My dog is still young, sob. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis doesn't have this symptom, nor does it cause coldness. When Youning comforted her, you need to calm down first. Bernese mountain dog carefully lifted its gaze. Mom seems to think Wang is going to die. What should we do about this? Does Wang have an illness? Wang is fine but will get beaten to death by Mom. What's there to be cold about? Wang still feels hot, deliberately sleeping in the ice-cold fridge, and Wang sleeps very comfortably. Why would it be cold? I really can't calm down, Teacher Wen, the girl said as she began to cry more. It just lay there cold all over in my arms. Wen Youning said, It took a nap in the freezer and got frozen. Don't comfort me anymore, Teacher Wen, I really. Zhaizu Chengla's voice choked up, hesitating and sobbing twice. What did you just say? Wen Youning calmly repeated, it felt too hot and went to sleep in the freezer. As for its stiff body, it should be a matter of sleeping position. After all, there must be a lot of items stored in the freezer, and there is limited space for the Bernese mountain dog to nest. Be content and happy. She slowly lowered her head, unexpectedly locking eyes with the erratically floating gaze of the Bernese mountain dog. It immediately rolled its eyes, stuck out its tongue and went, woo. Wang is dead. Sleeping in the freezer, that must be really cool. The Bernese mountain dog looks really hot in that long fur. My sled dog keeps its air conditioning on all day and still sticks out its tongue to cool down. Summer is still too hard for them. Why did it suddenly roll its eyes? The sudden appearance of the Bernese mountain dog caught the Livestream fans off guard. Being content is also a bit of a shake, as the hand supporting the Bernese mountain dog's head began to sway. Sweet pea, little sweet. Don't pretend to be dead, Wen Youning said earnestly. It's just a little nap in the icebox, nothing serious, so relax. Woo, the Bernese mountain dog tightly closed its eyes. The dog didn't get stuffed. What if it bites the meat in the freezer? Wen Youning, you're just a small dog. You can't eat that much meat from a full freezer, right? Besides, it's all frozen into ice blocks. Even a dog's teeth would have a hard time biting through. Bernese mountain dog. What's going on? How can this person guess what the puppy is thinking? No, I can't think about this anymore. This human is so scary. Although I think so, I still can't help but feel a ripple in my heart. I didn't eat much, but the pup tasted each one. The inner voice hesitated slightly. I've tasted everything. Mom said once a pup bites it, it's all the pups. It sounds a bit proud of one's own intelligence. Wen Youning. That's a bit serious. You little dog, quite greedy. Cautiously and contentedly said Teacher Wen, sweet bean. Woo, the Bernese mountain dog's closed eyes slightly open. Don't say that. If you talk nonsense, Wang will be very angry. Wen Youning said, it's afraid you'll find out it's pretending to be dead. When it was sleeping in the freezer, it even bit the meat inside the freezer. It has tasted all the meat. Woof. Bold. The Bernese mountain dog cannot find where the sound is coming from, nor do I know who said it. With a mouth open, it lets out a woof, and the next moment the woof turns into a whimper. Contentment brings happiness. With a slap, the Bernese mountain dog not only stopped pretending to be sick, but its eyes also became much clearer. Wow, the medicine works immediately, so you are the divine doctor. Bernese mountain dog, it's better to hit me early, just kidding. Haha, really, if we hit early, we wouldn't need to connect live. Content with her big dog in her arms, she realized how much effort it took just to push such a big one onto the car. Earlier, she was so anxious that she called various animal doctors to schedule an appointment. She just hoped that as soon as she arrived at the animal hospital, a doctor would be there to see her. But I didn't expect to. You're great, Zhaizu Changla gritted teeth and with a firm poke of their fingertip on Burn Mountain's nose. Whoa, Burn Mountain raised its head, licked Zhaizu Changla, its ears pinned back, looking at her with a pitiful little gaze. Wrong. It's too hot at home, the dog can't catch its breath. Sleeping in the ice-cold box is comfortable. Contentment brings happiness. He patted the back of the person in front of him, signaling that he could turn around. Sweet Bean's dad were not going to the hospital. At the same time, he used his phone to message the doctor he had contacted. The man driving in front didn't notice the situation behind. Wen Youning rested her elbow on the table, crossed her hands under her chin, and suddenly asked, what temperature do you usually set your air conditioning at when you go out? Zhaizu Changla said, it's usually set to 15 degrees. She was busy typing on her phone but didn't forget to explain. I have central air conditioning at home because Tang Du likes to go around every room, so the whole indoor central air conditioning is on. Even though this is affected by some hardware, basically the indoor temperature won't be too high. 15 degrees. Wen Youning furrowed her brows as if deep in thought. At 15 degrees it shouldn't be this hot. One could say so. Content with what one has, yet they can't quite understand. It's not even summer yet, but by the end of spring, the air conditioning in the house had already been turned on, just to prevent Tiandu from overheating. It is very dangerous for large dogs like this to suffer from heat stroke. Content with what one has. Everything was fine before. Today's temperature doesn't seem to be higher than yesterday's, yet I don't know why he went to sleep in the freezer. If it had happened even once before, being pulled out of the freezer, she touched the fur and felt the similar cold sensation. She wouldn't have thought Tiandu was terminally ill, anxious to the point of losing her mind. Woof. No. It's so hot at home. Woo-woo, it won't move. It doesn't respond when I call it. Wen Youning raised her eyebrows slightly and said, Woo-woo, is that the sound of the air conditioner? She speculated about the words used by the Bernese mountain dog, and combined with what Zhaizu Changla said earlier, she turned to her and said, It seems that your air conditioner is broken. Huh? Zhaizu Changla froze for a moment while rubbing the dog's head and tugging at its ears. What? Is the air conditioner broken? It can't be. The car turned around and backed into the garage. Zhaizu Changla placed the dog's head beside him, and the Bernese mountain dog jumped down quickly after its owner, who hurriedly got out of the car. Zhaizu Changla said in a hurried tone as he walked, My air conditioner is regularly maintained, and I bought a big brand. How could such a low-level problem occur? His voice stopped when he saw the red exclamation mark displayed on the central air conditioning controller on the wall upon entering. There is a problem with the main control panel. The indoor temperature has remained close to 30 degrees Celsius. This temperature is quite pleasant for someone who just came in from the outside environment of over 40 degrees. But for a long-haired large dog that stays at home, being in this temperature for a long time can indeed be uncomfortable. Damn, this air conditioning brand is a total disaster. Contentment almost made me swear. No wonder living in a freezer. Little uncle is really smart. He can find a cool place by himself. Great job, little uncle. Sleeping in the freezer, having a few bites of chilled fresh meat is no big deal. It's just a dog's nature. Eat big bites, almost overheated in the room, poor little uncle. The owner took little uncle to the hospital. The owner is good. The air conditioner is broken. Can't spray, this air conditioner is really broken. Aya, Mom misunderstood you, little sweet. Grateful and content, she hurried down to press and rub the Bernese mountain dog's ears. Did that hurt? Woof, the Bernese mountain dog raised his head, sounding like a HMPH. Is that wrong? I still want to curse Wang, but Wang didn't curse you. You're already an adult, yet you have no judgment at all. Wang is very disappointed in you. The heartfelt thought suddenly stopped, and Burn Mountain called out Wang to the open space. Wang just thought in his heart that it shouldn't be spoken out loud. In fact, the bright little expression on Burn's face, being content and happy, could be guessed about 7 or 8 parts. Being content and happy, he coaxed gently, You can eat all the meat in the freezer. Next time we go out, I will definitely check the air conditioning first, and I won't let you suffer any grievances again. Don't be angry. Woof. That's more like it. Bernchen's lively and slightly narrow expression made Wen Youning involuntarily smirk. You guys are busy. Oh, thank you, Teacher Wen. Sorry for the trouble. Zhaizu Changla waved Bernchen's big paw in front of the camera and said, Come on, say thank you to Teacher Wen. It was only then that I noticed the sound coming from Burn Mountain facing the camera. Woof. It's you. Before Burn Mountain could say another word, the live broadcast had already ended. "Teacher Wen, have you seen Miss Wen?" Song Yankai squeezed through the crowd, looking around as he spoke. How could she disappear in the blink of an eye? "The exchange meeting has just begun." Wen Youning shook her head. "I didn't notice." Forget it. We can't force the cooperation." Song Yankai pulled out a chair and sat down. "I feel that this young lady from the Wen family is quite strange." Zhao Zi gave a sound. "Don't gossip about others behind their backs." Exactly, she was quite interested in talking about animal telepathy at first, but then suddenly said it was just for show. Song Yankai rolled his eyes. He didn't realize it at the time, but later thought about what Wen Zhu had said. The change of face was too quick. Wen Youning calmly poured a cup of tea. "Don't mind it." Rather than saying that Wen Zhu is targeting mind reading, it's more accurate to say it's targeting her. But there's a problem. Didn't she deny recognizing her family, so how does it seem like Wen Zhu knows her identity? Has Wen Zhu investigated her? Wen Youning frowned, but then why was she so surprised when she came down? It seems impossible to connect the animal, mind-reading streamer identity with her. So what has Wen Zhu investigated? With her fingertips, Wen Youning lightly tapped the table and opened her phone. "Do you know any reliable private detectives?" "Lin Beiyu, what do you want to investigate?" Wen Youning thought for a moment and typed on the keyboard. "Just to attract attention. Are you talking about Teacher Wen?" "What such audacity? My family has something going on. I'll check Wen Zhu's account." "Come on, the official account supports a legitimate animal medical live broadcast. Doesn't the management of Wen's group, as a leading enterprise in the industry, have any market sensitivity? Don't they even look at online news? Who exactly is just trying to attract attention? They might have just returned from abroad and are not familiar with the domestic market. No need to worry, I'll be right back." Zhao Zi pointed to him. "Teacher Wen is live streaming." "So what?" Song Yankai knew it was live streaming and didn't plan to hide it. "I didn't intentionally slander her, I just repeated what she said. Don't worry, brother." Zhao Zi glanced at him. "I'm just afraid you might affect Teacher Wen." Song Yankai: "Sure, we are really close brothers. How about you worry about me first?" Wen Youning looked at the way these two were staring at each other and chuckled lightly. "You don't need to worry about me." "Are you chatting?" A girl walked over with a smile. "Teacher Wen, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Can I take a little of your time?" Wen Youning pushed the teacup in front of her aside. Go ahead." The girl apologetically nodded at the other two people at the table and, having prepared, took out a folder. "This is a German Shepherd that was admitted to our hospital with a cervical spine fracture. It was brought over too late, and the situation was very bad due to prolonged nerve compression. But after a few days of struggle at our hospital, we pulled it back from the brink of death. However, it developed anorexia after being treated. This anorexia is very strange. The owner says it only eats dog food that has just been opened at home, but when we feed it at the hospital, it has no issues and eats smoothly. Yet after returning home, it remained the same. The owner bought the same dog food from our hospital, but it still wouldn't eat, getting so skinny it was just skin and bones. Ultimately, the owner had no choice but to open a new bag for it every day. We all agree it's anorexia and picky eating, but feeding them on a schedule doesn't help either. The girl came with a problem, but there are really too few veterinarians specializing in pet psychiatry. Do you have any solutions for this mental anorexia? Only eating the tips of strawberries. Wow, only eating the freshest bite from a bag of dog food. What kind of treatment is this? Anorexia can manifest this way, feeling disgusted by food. Perhaps they only take a bite because they are afraid their owner will worry. When opening a new bag, it's likely the owner misunderstood. Wen Youning turned to the last page. Her recovery was quite good and can be considered as being in good health. If the body is fine, then we need to consider other aspects of the problem. It doesn't really seem like anorexia, she pondered. Let that owner try frying the open dog food in a pan. Fry dog food? The girl's hand holding the folder trembled slightly. Why fry that stuff? Are we supposed to make homemade dog food? Then why not let the owner cook his own meals to try feeding? Dogs have a keen sense of smell, but their sense of taste is not very good. They will eat what smells good. If the open dog food wasn't sealed properly and got moist, making its texture and smell unappealing, a dog with higher standards would refuse to eat it. But she only understood the specific situation by reading the documents. She couldn't hear the inner voice of that wolfhound. If it's convenient, you can let him connect to the call. Listening to the inner voice is more reliable. The girl lightly replied, "Okay, I'll ask." After saying that, she turned around and made a phone call. "Can dog food be stir-fried?" "I don't know, but isn't this just damp dog food? An air fryer should work too." "Only after frying does it truly taste like chicken, crispy." "It's a picky little dog." "I'm going." "Is this the owner of the wolf dog?" "The avatar is a wolf dog." "Wow, that's cool. I can tell at a glance it's the fault of the dog food. Poor wolf dog." The girl returned after finishing the phone call and saw that Wen Youning had already connected to the mic. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wen." In the picture, the owner of the wolf dog is in the kitchen, and the pot on the gas stove contains dog food pellets. He is using a spatula to stir and asked, "Is this how you stir-fry?" "Well, sauté it on low heat for a while, and when the aroma comes out, you can turn off the heat." Wen Youning's fingertip slid across the screen to the bottom, looking at the wolf dog, and indeed it was visibly emaciated. The wolf dog squatted beside its owner, and the aroma generated from the stir-fried dog food made its nose twitch continuously. The owner was originally still skeptical, but seeing the dog about to drool, he finally lifted the pot and poured it into the dog bowl. "Come on, eat." The wolf dog leaned in to sniff, then took 2 steps back without opening its mouth. "Aren't you going to eat?" The master's expression froze on his face. "When, Teacher Wen, what if it doesn't eat?" The wolf dog sat in front of the dog bowl. Its upward turned eyes seemed to glance at him. "Why aren't you eating? Are you letting Wang eat?" Wen Youning looked at the white smoke rising from the dog food. "Let it cool down." "Oh, excuse me." The owner chuckled awkwardly and tugged at the corner of their mouth, involuntarily reflecting on themselves. How could they make such a low-level mistake? How can they eat that hot dog food? Worrying too much leads to confusion. My brain is so stuck on one idea that I can't think straight. Afraid that if he delayed a moment, it wouldn't eat again, the owner stirred the dog food with chopsticks to cool it down a bit faster. "Ha ha ha," you see the look in the wolf dog's eyes. There are always owners who want to harm the dog. I dare not laugh. My first reaction was also, "It's over. Even if it's fried, I won't eat it. I've eaten it, so the root cause is that it's too damp at home, right?" Wolf dogs are really stubborn. Even looking this thin, they still refuse to allow themselves to eat more. The owner looked at the wolf dog who was buried in the dog bowl, crunching the dog food, and let out a heavy sigh. "So that's the reason. The reason the dog doesn't eat the food isn't because it's sick or psychological. It's picky, only wanting to eat fresh food." Who could have guessed the reason? "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Wen." The owner sat cross-legged beside the dog bowl, picking out a few large gifts to send. He took the dog to the hospital for a checkup, also seeing a psychologist and getting massage therapy. The money spent was enough to send gifts for 10 minutes. The more the owner reviews, the funnier it becomes, making himself laugh. After hanging up the call, he grasped the wolf dog's neck and started explaining things to it. The girl holding a folder nearby looked stunned, closed her eyes, and thought it's not unsolvable. They just made the problem too complicated. The math problem 1 + 1 = 2 was solved using advanced mathematics methods. "Are we done chatting?" The doctor next to him interjected. Teacher Wen, to be honest, I also have some problems I want to ask about. Line up, I got here first. I should go first, I am more anxious. A person took the lead, and the doctors who were watching nearby unconsciously gathered around. Wen Youning looked up and saw so many people, everyone come one by one. Yes, one by one. Zhao Zi and Song Yank maintained order beside her. Song Yank stared blankly, a bit incredulous. Aren't I here to participate in the event? Why do I feel like I've become an assistant? Teacher Wen's value is still rising. She understands everything the doctor knows, and she also knows everything the doctor doesn't. Teacher Wen is a huge bug herself. It makes me want to bring my dog to participate, but I can't bear to let my dog get hurt at home. Is a single dog allowed? If so, I would break my brother's leg to sign up. Brother, how could such a cold-hearted statement come out of your mouth? Please line up to ask questions. I turned down 2 people who brought up the topic of the South China tiger, and no one else mentioned wild South China tiger-related matters afterward. Wen Youning carefully analyzed each question and provided suggestions, and before I knew it, it was already afternoon. As people dispersed, the sky outside had turned dark. The lights in the room remained on, and the people inside were not sensitive to the changes in outdoor lighting. Wen Youning stood up and stretched. Sitting for too long could be tiring. Thank you, Teacher Wen, Zhao Zi said as he handed over a cup of hot tea at the right moment. Wen Youning didn't really need his help in the examination, so Zhao just busied himself with serving tea, doing small tasks. Song Yankai was beside him, scribbling on the iPad with an electronic pen, muttering as he wrote, "This is amazing, it can be done this way." Remembering so much, Zhao Zi walked over to take a look. You're just a spectator and still taking notes. What do you know? After finishing the last stroke, Song Yankai suddenly looked up with starry eyes and asked, "Is Teacher Wen really not planning to change jobs? I think with your strength in the field of animal medicine. Oh my gosh." Song Yankai covered his head that got hit. Ouch, why did you hit me? Zhao Zi snorted lightly, digging at my colleague right in front of me. It's you that she's targeting. He tidied up the clutter on the desk and said, "Let's go eat first, Teacher Wen. The restaurant is next door and it's almost meal time. Let's go see what's good to eat." The location is always different, and the buffet food is different each time. It's all prepared by the local park. Okay, Wen Youning has been busy all afternoon, drinking beverages and tea, and hasn't eaten much, so she's a bit hungry now. Song Yankai got up, let's go together. Wen Youning held the live streaming device in her hands. There's nothing interesting to broadcast during dinner. Let's start the stream back home tonight. Let's go. The live streaming room was black, with the live streaming device constantly showing low battery. Charging and discharging are offsetting each other. Although the battery keeps failing to charge, the entire live broadcast remains stable. Approaching the restaurant, the complex and intertwined aromas of food waft out. Wen Youning felt increasingly hungry. She casually found an empty table, set down her live broadcast equipment, and went to search for food. The restaurant in the aquarium has a buffet that is mostly seafood. On the table, there is an induction cooker for hot pot and a grill, as well as some cooked dishes. The skewers are prepared in the kitchen and will be brought around to each table. Those were too greasy, so Wen Youning chose some lighter dishes. When she returned holding her plate, she received a message from Lin Beiyu on her phone. When she opened it, the first thing that caught her eye was a document. Lin Beiyu, what you want to check is in the first 10 pages, the rest are found incidentally. You can take a look when you have time. Wen Youning curled her lips, okay. The aquarium is far away. After finishing dinner at the aquarium, it was already dark by the time I got home. I'm back. Wen Youning pushed open the courtyard door, bent down to pick up the package on the table, and caught the little tabby that pounced over. She stood up, hugging the kitten and rubbing its round little belly. The cub's body has noticeably grown larger. The kitten is growing up quickly, in just the blink of an eye. As Wen Youning walked past the big tree in the courtyard, she looked up and saw a small red snake with its tail hanging down, and next to it was a light-colored piece of meat. It hasn't finished what she left before going out. A snake can go a long time without eating after a big meal. It doesn't need to eat 3 meals a day. But Wen Youning will always prepare. Meow, the little tabby tilted its head looking at its tail. Wen Youning covered the little tabby cat's eyes with her hand. We agreed, no fighting with snakes. Woo-woo, the little tabby cat tilted its head and licked her palm. Meow doesn't fight. The rock wolf pressed against Wen Youning's calf, following her as she walked in. Wen Youning sat on the sofa, holding the paw of the little tabby cat, Meow. The little tabby cat was rubbing against her vigorously. Help me open the package. As she said this, the little tabby cat's paw slid open the tape on the package, pinching its little paw to check its nails, which were a bit long. I'll trim your nails later. Meow, the little tabby cat gasped, its eyes wide open in shock. Don't meow. Be good. Wen Youning didn't rush to catch the escaping little tabby. It still needed a nail trim when it ran away. She took out the small house from the delivery box and tapped on it with her fingertip. It's solid wood, and the quality is pretty good. The rock wolf sniffed. Do you like this little house? This one is too small for you to live in. If you like it, I can customize a bigger one for you later. Wen Youning customized it according to the size of a bird cage. I didn't expect this small wooden house to feel quite heavy in my hand. Fortunately, it's not very big. A triangular roof and a rectangular house. After disinfecting the entire house, Wen Youning stuffed some dry grass inside. It's too hot in the summer to stuff cotton cushions or anything like that, and she will replace them when it gets cold. I just don't know if the little red snake has a habit of hibernating. Wen Youning wiped the outer layer of water. It's done. She took the tidied little house outside, and the tail hanging down from the tree was still there. Wen Youning climbed up the tree branch and stepped onto the railing, saying, Hi, I came to bring you home. A very beautiful little house, do you like it? The little red snake's voice was faint, just okay. Wen Youning raised an eyebrow at the little house in her hand that she hadn't put down yet, and the red tail that hadn't been pulled back at the doorway. It was indeed quick to drill. The warm citrus fingertips lightly touched that little tail. The natural drooping of a small animal's tail is a sign of relaxation. A little tail swiftly retracted. The little red snake seemed to have turned around inside and poked its little head out at the door. Don't touch or kick. I am a snake. Wen Youning smiled and tapped its head again. The little red snake raised its upper body, its eyes fixed on Wen Youning without moving for a moment. After she withdrew her hand, its mouth opened and closed again. If you move your hands and feet again, the snake will bite you. Just bite like that. Are you scared now? Oh, Wen Youning narrowed her eyes. I played a fast beat. The little red snake, trying hard to look fierce, paused and flicked its tongue. What is a quapai? Wen Youning took the half-eaten piece of meat and hung it on the eaves extending out from the side of the house. If she gets hungry like this, the little red snake can just look up and eat. Let's go to sleep. Wen Youning adjusted the door curtain and said, if you need anything, just tell me, It's much better to have a small house hanging on the tree, exposed to the wind and sun. The little tabby cat is lying across Wen Youning's shoulder. Now one side of the shoulder is no longer enough for it to stand on, and it is just lying there, which prevents it from stretching its claws. Meow! It rubbed against Wen Youning cutely, rolling over but accidentally fell down. Meow! Wen Youning caught it by the belly and brought the cat back. Do you want this too? Then I'll customize one for you as well. There are many soft cushions at home, and the tabby cat is very possessive about all her belongings, not allowing other little ones to come near them. There is also a cushion that is exclusive to the tabby cat. But most of the time, the tabby cat is sleeping on the sofa or her bed. Other than that, she is in the sunroom. For kitten, basking in the sun is also a very comfortable way to relax. As for the exclusive cushion, the tabby cat will only lie down on it for a while when other small animals try to stretch their paws into it. She usually doesn't go near it. Wen Youning jumped down from the tree with the little tabby cat. I'll buy you a small house to put by the bed. Meow. Good. Time to go back to sleep, Rock Wolf. Wen Youning called out to the rock wolf guarding under the tree. Woo-woo. It's night. Wen Youning was curled up in bed, turning off the lights and scrolling through her phone. The dim light from the screen illuminated her face. She pinched her brow and felt a bit tired looking at the string of words. The little tabby cat is sprawled on one side of the pillow, sleeping in a disheveled manner, while the rock wolf is breathing steadily by the bed. Wen Youning's fingertips slide upwards until the interface prompts. This page is the last page and cannot be turned, and only then does she stop her movement. After entering the book, Wen Youning does not plan to engage in those complicated and tedious plots, so she hasn't bothered to learn about the Wen family. Now, combining the information that Lin Bai Yu sent her with the original plot in her memory, it seems that Wen Zhu has some issues. In the original text, there is no storyline of Wen Zhu going abroad, but the current information shows that Wen Zhu had been in the country before she crossed over. The day she crossed over happened to be the day when Zhu went abroad, and she only returned to the country recently. Buzzing. The phone's vibration pulled Wen Youning's thoughts back. She opened the chat box with Lin Boyu, and below the information were several new chat screenshots that had been sent over. Both parties have black avatars, and it's hard to tell what software this is from this screenshot. The time is just when she first arrived that day. Screenshot taker. I saw her drink it with my own eyes. They changed the wiring in the house, and even if it burned down, nothing could be found out. Opponent, the money has been transferred. After 2 brief messages, the chat fell silent until today. Opponent, did you not say that Wen Youning was already dead? Are you daring to lie to me? The house didn't even catch fire. The person who took the screenshot did not reply to any messages. Wen Youning looked at these screenshots, but her frown deepened. The person on the other side was most likely Wen Zhu. So, after Wen Zhu found out about the original owner's identity through some channel, did she hire someone to kill? The original owner is really dead. That's why she was able to come over. The chandelier and strange wiring in the house were adjusted by someone later to create an accidental fire. But the little tabby cat and the red kite fought, knocking the light down and revealing the wiring issue. The professional maintenance staff came in later, and the fire didn't even start. Tusk, Wen Youning bit her lip slightly. No wonder Wen Zhu was so surprised to see her. So she thought she was dead. Going abroad is also probably to avoid the limelight. Wen Youning frowned tightly this Wen Zhu. Lin Bai Yu, the information available is all above. The person hired by Wen Zhu died in a car accident abroad. The chat record ends here. The phone screen flickered when Youning typed, "Okay, thank you, sorry for the trouble." As for the medicine mentioned in the chat records, it didn't specify what kind it is, but based on the certainty expressed, it feels like it must be the kind that can definitely take a life. What is that medicine? I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Wen Youning opened and closed the chat box several times, feeling like she should say something, but worried that saying too much might lead to mistakes. I'm not curious. It's late, so you should take care of yourself. Wen Youning's fingertips lingered on the screen, feeling very strange. One can even infer the tone of the other person when they say that line from the text. She curled her lips and lightly tapped with her fingertip. Good night. Lin Baiyu, good night. The heat waves rolled in the air. As time passes, the temperature each day can reach a level that makes one feel hot and bothered. The investigation into the Wen family is still underway, and the route for returning the white lion has been arranged. Inside the lion park, the car to pick up the white lion is also arriving soon. Wen Youning was wearing a sun hat and folding up her cloak in the lion park. "I'll just leave this here." She estimated that when she returned to the sanctuary, the temperature there, which was like summer all year round, wouldn't require this thing much in the dry and rainy seasons. Wearing it while fighting other male lions was also a burden. It might be better to just leave it behind. Roar. The white lion understood the implied meaning of Wen Youning and didn't necessarily have to carry the cloak. It shook its fur and lay down next to Wen Youning. "Don't think about me too much." Wen Youning squatted down. "I will come to see you often." The white lion huffed and turned its head away. "Who would miss you? When will you come?" "Wait until you settle down." Wen Youning has been busy lately, so she can't say when she'll be able to go over. It might take a few months. Take care of yourself over there, and if there are too many enemies, just run away and don't force it, understand? A smart lion will pay attention to tactics. Wen Youning combed the white lion's mane and said earnestly, "You can't just rush in." Without receiving a response from the white lion, Wen Youning turned its head and said, "Did you hear that?" "Woo! I heard it." "Teacher Wen, the car is ready." Zhao Zi's voice came from outside. The white lion has been followed by Zhao Zi since their zoo started, and naturally, it is also Zhao Zi's responsibility to take the white lion back. "Okay." Wen Yaojing stood up and patted the hay on her body. "Let's go. I've already told the people who will be escorting you that they won't have any contact with you, and you shouldn't just shout suddenly, in case someone tries to trip you up. If someone secretly bullies you, just remember who it is and tell me when I come to look for you, and I'll help you take revenge." Roar. "Who dares?" Talkative. Wen Youning reached out and tugged at the white lion's ear, leaning down close and saying, "Did you hear that?" "Owl." The white lion tilted its head as if to bite her, but seeing she was too close, it shrank its neck back. "I heard it. It roars louder than a grapefruit." Zhao Zi was waiting at the door when he saw a shadow passing by. Just as he was about to step forward to greet it, he saw the white lion come out first. The step he took was frozen right there. The shoe soles, which couldn't bend like knees, scraped back a bit. Wen Youning came out from behind the white lion. "Let me take it into the cage." Zhao Zi nodded okay. Generally, cages are set up in the park with food inside, and once the beasts go in, the cage door is closed. Wen Youning directly brought the white lion out, but it left the trouble of using a crane to lift the cage inside. "Ah, don't take the white lion away. Don't take the white lion away." While this mane this length, definitely a star lion king when returned to the sanctuary. "Woo woo woo, why send the white lion away? Why not send the tigers from the park away? They are all fierce beasts. They should all return to nature." It's not the same. Artificial breeding and wild rescue are different. Besides, I'm worried that if we let the glasses-wearing tiger out, other tigers might snatch its glasses. After raising it for so long, it feels like it has lost its wildness. It doesn't even pounce when it sees someone. Why don't you apply to try it on site, as long as Teacher Wen is not allowed to be present? Come on, jump yourself. Wen Youning patted the edge of the cage. As she didn't take the cage off the car, it was more convenient to jump up by herself. The white lion placed its front paw on top but wouldn't jump no matter what. Roar. "Take the lion up." Wen Youning laughed. "Are you a little cat? You can even bring me up." She gave the lion's butt a slap, scaring it so much that it shivered. It instantly jumped up to the cage, turned around and roared at Wen Youning. Roar. The white lion opened its mouth wide, facing Wen Youning's head, looking quite angry and ready to bite her directly. Wen Youning appeared calm, not even moving her feet. The staff coming to retrieve the lion were all so frightened that they widened their eyes, with the anesthesia already raised in their hands. But at this distance, the pain from the anesthesia could easily provoke the white lion, forcing it to go wild and attack the person in front of it. The raised anesthesia made me hesitate to pull the trigger. It has an allergy to anesthesia, and injecting it will cause death. Wen Youning pressed the white lion's head back down. Don't inject it on the way, it won't attack you. Just open the cage when we arrive, nothing else is needed. Zhao Zi waved his hand from a distance and shouted, "Don't worry, Teacher Wen, I've already told them the precautions." Wen Youning jumped onto the car, locked the cage, and reached in to rub the white lion a few times. "Have a safe journey." The white lion licked her cheek. Woo. Wind. Wen Youning patted the big white lion's head and said, "All right, I'm going down." "Come play with me." "Don't worry, I will definitely go," Wen Youning said with a smile. "I'll go as soon as my visa is approved." The white lion doesn't understand what a visa is, but it can understand that Wen Youning agreed to go with it. "I want to go too." "So which reserve is it? Has anyone dug it out?" "If it's really not possible, put me in the cage too, and let's go together." The air conditioning is on in the car, and Wen Youning feels no heat at all. She jumped out of the car and raised her hand to close the car door. "All right," Wen Youning gestured for the staff to come forward. "Be careful on the road." Zhao Ziyi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Teacher Wen, I'll make sure to safely deliver the white lion." Wen Youning followed all the way outside, until the car carrying the white lion drove onto the main road. Then she turned back. "Don't discuss the reserve where the white lion is located. Let's connect a microphone. Chen, it's up to you." The live chat room was scrolling through locations, and Wen Youning shifted everyone's attention by connecting the microphone. "Teacher Wen, can the turtle be examined in person?" The girl's voice was a bit shy. "It's just that it's hiding in its shell, with its limbs and head not coming out. Is that okay?" An in-person examination is important, especially the appearance. But unable to meet in person, Chen was afraid that Wen Youning would think he was just here to cause trouble. The local doctor couldn't figure it out, so I can only take a chance in the live broadcast room. "Sure," Wen Youning signaled her to turn the camera. "Let me see what kind of turtle it is." "It's a leopard tortoise." Chen hurriedly raised his phone to take a picture from above. "It's raised by my dad, and he went back home with my mom, leaving me to take care of it for a few days. It was fine before, able to eat normally, but suddenly it seems to have gone into hiding, not sticking its head out when eating. To observe it, I even specially bought a surveillance camera. I found that it would sneak out to eat a few bites when no one was around at night. It looked very cautious." Chen looked at the leopard tortoise, which appeared to be shrinking back in fear. She couldn't help but wonder if it was the angle at which she was feeding it that was the problem. The leopard tortoise, as the name suggests, has a shell with patterns resembling leopard spots, with a high dome and an oval shape, and the patterns are interspersed with black and light yellow. This leopard tortoise is quite large, curled up in the glass tank, almost occupying more than half of the space. "Why are people still not leaving? What are you staring at? You definitely brought a dead dog again." The turtle is speechless. Wen Youning noted that the color and luster of this leopard tortoise's shell were quite good. A sick turtle would also have its shell affected. "Did you bring a dog here again?" "Yes, I walked past my dad's house while walking the dog, and I came up to feed the turtle before going back." Chen shouted off camera, Do, come here. Let Teacher Wen take a look." "Woof, woof," a husky with 3 flames on its head ran over excitedly. "Look at its mouth." Chen grasped the husky's muzzle. "This is my dog. The turtle isn't coming out. Does that have anything to do with it? Did it secretly scare the turtle while I was cleaning?" "Well, it's not surprising that a husky would scare a turtle." "Not surprising +1. It's perfectly normal for it to jump in and live with the turtle. Haha, this husky has such wise eyes. Its bloodline must be pure, very pure. Woof! The husky stuck out its tongue, leaned close to the glass tank, and its warm breath fogged up the surface of the glass. Want to come out and play? Woof, let's sprint just like last time. The leopard tortoise pulled its head in, and when it heard the sound, it had to poke its head out and shout, "Get lost!" Who are you playing with? Running around the house stepping on the turtle, you are happy playing by yourself. What about the turtle? The husky was scolded, yet its attitude remains good. Woof. Let's go together. Wuxia just slid out. Wang is stepping on you super fast. What's going on with the turtle? How can it be fierce to the puppy? The poor little puppy was scared but still faced it with a smile. The husky seems a bit pitiful. Chen Chen pressed the dog's head. You guys stop chatting for